Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Our apologies for the slight delay this evening. I'd like to call to order the City of Homestead presentation agenda. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, and it is now 5:14 p.m. I'd like to turn the floor over to Councilwoman Bailey to make some recognitions this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This is going to be a teary presentation. I'm getting you ready, giving you a warning. This past weekend, we celebrated our 8th Art Walk Homestead event, and we promised to make it bigger and better than ever, and we certainly did. I need to first thank our amazing staff. Everybody was just incredible. I felt like that homestead, hometown feel was just so alive and well. Just when we thought our new chief of police couldn't be any cooler, he apparently used to be a graffiti artist, and he was showing off his skills. It was amazing. And one of our ideas was, you know, it's year 8, and we have really seen what some of these events have started in the community. We offer these little scholarships to amazing organizations that we feel just need a little leg up or an artistic help to be the amazing group that they were meant to be. And to be able to see how far some of these organizations and individuals have come has just really been so incredibly amazing. I mentioned this was year 8. Every year we kind of focus on something a little different. We've done fine arts, sports, music, dance. During the pandemic, we got incredibly creative, and we put together these Zoom kits that we had different local organizations set out for their children to come pick up, and we did a virtual art walk. Eras was last week. That was really cool, kind of a culmination of all the different art forms. And this year, we were really excited to try and teach the youth that this is a business also. So we had a whole little youth entrepreneur market that was incredibly adorable. So yes, we have our curator here, Ms. Tawana Dixon, who was an artist with us a few years back. She was hired onto the team this year and did an amazing job curating the art. So I just wanted to please invite up if we have any students that submitted art, as well as some of our previous scholarship recipients. If you can come, please meet me up here at the podium. We just wanted to share some of the stories of where we are and how we met. And Ms. Sharon Coleman, please join us as well. So, 8 years ago, I had just been elected, and this young lady here comes into my office and says, I've got a vision to have this really cool art gallery. And I said, I absolutely love that, but I think it's more fitting for the East Side. Well, we need our resources. So she came back a couple days later and she says, let's do both. And here we are. So we have just really met some amazing people throughout the years. Ms. Monasan, if you want to come join us. Ms. Monasan was one of our artists who is now an art teacher. She was an artist as student, and she just hosted her own students' artwork here in City Hall Plaza last week. We have Laura C. Saunders. We have the PAL Gym, we have BYOL. We also did a little scholarship for the Super Wacky Activities truck with our Parks Department so that they could add a little artistic piece to it. So I just wanted an opportunity to tell you all especially just how incredibly proud we are. You know, you've got a vision of how you think that people will take this and how things will grow. And just so incredibly proud of the work that you continue to do. And I just wanted to give you a quick opportunity to say a few words, if you would like.
Ooh, I was not expecting that. Well, hello everybody. My name is Kayla Montezon. Like Councilwoman Bailey said, I'm born and raised in Homestead. I'm very proud to be from the Homestead community. Arts is my passion since I can remember. So bringing the arts to my community and letting it flourish, we have some incredible talent down here. So the fact that I have the opportunity, along with my other art teacher, my partner, Ms. Borges, at Somerset, we get to highlight that talent that we have here in the South. Is a truly incredible opportunity and truly a blessing for me to where I started as a student, and I see a lot of myself in my students and getting to help them and craft them in the way that I was. I had some amazing art teachers myself, so I hope to continue and be that for them. So yeah, I thank you, Councilwoman Bailey. Thank you to the council. Like I said, I'm very proud to be from this community, and I hope we can continue, you know, highlighting the arts here in Homestead. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Johnson. I'm the very proud principal of Laura C. Saunders Elementary School. And I want to thank Councilwoman Bailey. What we were able to do with ours last year, she was able to donate a very nice penny to our school. And what we did was we made a mural in one of my hallways. And we are Jaguar Nation. And because of Councilwoman Bailey and the proceeds, we were able to paint that. And you would not believe how expensive paint can be. You understand? And I just thank you so much for that is, to make our kids come into a beautiful school, and you help make that possible. Thank you so much, my dear.
Good evening, everyone. I am Officer Rogers, Director of Homestead PAL, and just want to thank Councilwoman Bailey for her continued support for our students and the people in our community. With our proceeds, we were able to give 5 book scholarships to graduating seniors. Johnson C. Smith, University of Florida, Florida State, and University of Miami. And because of you, dreams were aided and being come true.
Good evening. My name is Trevon Brown with BYL, stands for Build Your Own Legacy. I want to thank Ms. Jennifer Bailey because with the scholarship was able to expose the younger generation of men to take them on trips, to basketball tournaments, to do things they have never done before. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pedro Reynaldos, the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces for the City of Homestead. And I want to thank the Councilwoman and all the Mayor and Council for their support of our Super Wacky Activities truck. With their scholarship, we were able to replenish a lot of the supplies and crafts kits that we put out at our different events. And our truck is just becoming a staple at all of our events and different neighborhood associations and whatnot. So, thank you.
Would you like to read that? Because I'm going to cry.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us and being able to acknowledge the artists. As she said, this is our 8th year, and for those who are spiritual know that 8 is new beginnings. And so this year we had put on a flyer that it would be bigger and better than ever, and who knew that it was going to turn out to be bigger and better than ever. And it's because of the people who started with us and continue with us. It is very emotional because to see Trevon up here, I remember the first year, he was street team. He was a young boy, he was a street team. He was like, I just don't know how to get my nonprofit working. And it was like, we're going to teach them not only how to be artists, but how to be entrepreneurs, how to be owners of their business. So we want to thank each and every one of you, those who are here and who are not here, who will see this on TV or on social media. We want all of the artists who have been a part of it. And I want to emphasize that it's not just fine artists. There are musicians, there are dance teams, there are performing arts, fine arts, there is photography art, there was a pottery artist, and I saw the pictures of all the kids that really enjoyed that. So on behalf of the City of Homestead and the entire Art Rock Presents team, we extend our deepest thank you and heartfelt gratitude to you, not only as a past recipient of Art Walk scholarships, but also as continuing forces for creativity, expression, and positive change in our community. We know that when funding is low, most times the first thing to go is the art programs. But when we have council members like yourselves and artists like yourself who are committed to preserving the arts in the community, we can continue to make a difference in creative and artistic ways. Your journey beyond this scholarship has been nothing short of inspiring. You continue to demonstrate how the arts can heal, connect, and empower. Your work reminds us of why we started this program, to invest in artists, to uplift others, and to leave lasting remarks and marks on the world around them, as well as to highlight the nonprofit and the organizations that are serving people in artistic ways every day. So I am going to, so we don't take up too much time. Ms. Tawana, we want to acknowledge some of the children. This year we focused a lot on the children. We had children vendors, we had children artists, and we want to acknowledge them, and we did a contest where we wanted to give gift cards to some of the kids who really went out their way to make sure that they were curated in the gallery. Our slogan was that they are not the future, they are the now. There is no need for them not to be next to the professional artists, because as long as they believe in themselves, we do too. So we want to acknowledge Tyla, who is holding up her art, as well as Aiden. So if we could give them a hand clap for their art. As well as Somerset Prep Homestead. Majority of the art came from a lot of your students. As well as we had Keysgate, Goulds Elementary, and Atala Montessori. So we had students from all of, so we have gift certificates for them, and we have, certificates for them, and we have gift cards for the ones that entered in the contest. So we couldn't choose just one. We were supposed to, but they were all so great, so we decided to honor them all with a gift card.
Thank you very much, ladies. You guys did a phenomenal job. Once again, thank you to our amazing staff, Jasmine, who always goes above and beyond, and for you to just be continuing this wonderful work. This was not at all supposed to be you thanking me. This was a thank you to you guys. You guys are the ones doing the work out there, and we see it, and we appreciate you. So thank you again. Thank you to everyone. I did already. Yeah. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for your continued support. We have some amazing sponsors that obviously this would not have been possible without.
And also one of our sponsors who has sponsored Canvas Art from the very beginning to this 8th year, Councilman Larry Walker. This is for the children. This is for the kids. We appreciate it. Every year he's like, what do I need to do? Separate as a councilman, just as a community leader, he asks us, what do we need? And he always comes through. So thank you for always supporting the vision.
And this year we had Kiwanis and Rotary as well. So it is truly a community effort. And if you check out our socials, we thank all of you so much. So it couldn't be possible without you. And congrats to you guys. You're going to keep painting, keep drawing, promise? All right. I'll see you next year then. Thank you again, everyone. Have a great night.
And thank you, Councilwoman Bailey, for your passion and perseverance in putting this together for the last 8 years. And we all certainly look forward to 4 more years of you helming the Art Walk event. So with that, this concludes our presentation ceremony for this evening. Again, thank you and congratulations to everyone who was recognized this afternoon. And just as soon as the clerk is ready to begin, we will convene our Community Redevelopment Agency meeting. Yeah, thank you all. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, and it is now 5:28 p.m. We have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Member Davis, Board Member Ross, Board Member Bailey, Board Member Cannavale, Board Member Avila, Vice Chairman Fletcher,
Here.
Chairman Losner.
Here. Thank you all. We have a quorum. Mr. Beck, are there any deletions or deferrals from the agenda?
No, Chairman, there are none.
All right. We have before us the minutes of our meeting from April 16th. We have a motion to approve those minutes. Moved by Board Member Roth, seconded by Vice Chair Fletcher. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? There's no objection. I'd like to deviate from the order of the agenda and go directly to car number 4600 regarding the Triangle Redevelopment Project presentation and recommendations. Following that, we'll come back to the CRA annual report.
Excellent, very good. We appreciate that, Chairman, and appreciate the amount of time and effort that has gone into the discussions of this project and to bring it here to you tonight. You all have received in your backup some fairly lengthy background in terms of the process and the timeline, so I'm only going to highlight a few of the items from the staff perspective, but then we'd like to go ahead and turn this over to the development team that has attended en masse to give a brief presentation as well on their component, and we'll certainly jump in and add in where appropriate.
Let me interrupt you just a second before we get really busy tonight and I forget. We have with us tonight Coral Gables Mayor Vince Lago. I'd like to recognize him and welcome him to our council chambers this evening. Welcome, Mayor. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you for that. As a reminder, and just for everyone that's perhaps watching this is the first time, the intent of this project is to create really a dynamic and vibrant, active gateway into the historic Southwest neighborhood and historic Southwest 4th Street as well. This project is one that started in earnest in 2020 with the assemblage of properties by the CRA as well as conveyance of properties by Miami-Dade County. This proceeded over the following years, resulting in one and then a second RFP that was issued, and subsequently the selection of the development team that's here today. Over the last number of months, we have had the opportunity to work with the development team in the terms for this project, what would be agreeable for them in making it financially feasible, as well as achieving the goals that the CRA and the city have had, including any of the funding partnership, as well as some of the public improvements that would be made within the community. Just so we all understand too, and to be clear, the goal of tonight is to give, ideally, a support for the general terms that have been negotiated between the CRA, the development team, and the city manager's office. From tonight, we will go forward then and work on a formal and final development agreement, which will come back to this board for your approval. And then following that, as some of you have brought forward and discussed, we will work on some of the community engagement and greater discussions on architecture and details and all of those. But the goal tonight is to have that general support for the terms that have been identified. Just as a recap as well, there were specific development parameters that were identified in the RFP for what this project was seeking in terms of having that mixed use, mixed income component. And I'll touch on that briefly as we move forward. This was also one that had sought for the selected developer to really look at ways in which they could invest in this project to invest in the community and help really create some greater quality public realm and active use spaces that this neighborhood has not historically had. There were also some general development standards that were identified within the RFP, which is being followed with what was submitted, as well as a willingness and understanding that the CRA may need to invest in this project, being the first private project that we've really had at a larger redevelopment scale. And also, as we have done further assessment, we know that there is a lack of capacity in our existing utilities. We simply have to do some upsizing and investment in that, which we can certainly speak to more. And then, as you know, there's a number of different overlays, zoning aspects that we will work through, and James, our legal counsel, can certainly speak to that. Putting it into context for anyone that is watching, these are the overall properties that we have immediately west of the busway. The properties in orange are owned by the CRA, and the sort of teal colors are those that are owned by Miami-Dade County, for which we have the specific restrictions on. The RFP also anticipates that we would do some roadway vacation in what would become the development area, which then leaves us with an overall project footprint that would be developed just under 3.5 acres. The development program that we have come to now has 132 units. 51% of these would be affordable and workforce housing units. 49% of these would be a market rate. We are pleased that this introduces a variety of housing product, including live work, as well as some for sale units. We'll have 10 to 15,000 square feet of commercial use. We've had very robust conversations on a willingness to work with the CRA and the city in identifying an appropriate commercial use and ensuring that that does occur as the project develops. And then more so, some significant investment in those public amenities that we have really wanted to see as a part of this project. There would be a linear park, a public arts, rooftop areas, as well as some shared parking. As you know, 7 or 8 of these parcels are owned by Miami-Dade County, so we did do a cursory review with staff and presenting where we were at and what we wanted to really do as a part of this vision, and they have supported it. So given all of the discussions we've had, the program criteria, the investment that they will be making, the public realm spaces, and many of other reasons, we would like to move this for an approval to continue. That being said, I know you want to see the more shiny parts of this, so I'd like to invite someone from the development team to come forward and just share a few slides on the project.
Let's get the mic turned on, and then if you'll give us your names for the record.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for having us today. City Manager and staff, it's been a pleasure to work with everyone at the city to date. We've been working hard and together with staff over the last almost 2 years. Almost 2 years on this project, and we're happy that we finally have it, hopefully at the finish line. And we're proud of a project to present to you today. I would like to have Vince Lago from BDI say a couple words, because we believe that the quality of this project is something that all of us want to bring to light, and we believe Mayor Lago will be able to help us achieve that.
Thank you very much. Usually on the other side, but I'm blessed to be on this side today. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk, also our distinguished city manager, who's a gentleman who I've known for some time. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to be here. It's truly an honor. During the day, I'm privileged outside of Tuesdays twice a month I'm privileged to be an engineer and general contractor, and we specialize in building both public housing, also medical and school board work, along with different types of schools, both universities throughout Miami-Dade County, throughout the state of Florida. We've recently finished 4 different housing projects that deal with public housing in one form or another, at different rates, for Housing Trust Group in Miami-Dade County, and we're building throughout the state of Florida. BDI Construction is a family-owned business that I've been privileged to be a part of over the last 18 years, and it's an organization that has a stellar record in regards to having no liquidated damages, no lawsuits, and has finished all the projects that we've undertaken. I'm a minority partner in the business, and I tell you every single day, after being there over 16 years, it's one of the best decisions I've ever made outside of marrying my wife. So I want to thank you for allowing me the privilege. These are the type of projects that are in our wheelhouse, that are bread and butter projects for us, that bring a lot of pride to myself and to everyone involved with BDI Construction, which stands for Build Design International. So thank you for allowing me the privilege. I know that you have a long agenda. I know what it is to be on that side of the aisle and the decisions that you have to make. And we look forward to delivering a project not only on time, within budget, but something that, again, you can put your name to and you'll be proud. Because at the end of the day, this project will have my name on it. And I promise you, as the mayor of Coral Gables, take my hat off, BDI Construction, my legacy is not only in the city, but also in regards to my private sector job. So thank you for allowing me the honor to be here. We have a great team that you're going to hear from now. And if you have any questions at all, please feel free to ask me. Thank you very much.
Before I pass the mic over to Gabriel Duarte, I just want to mention that Redwood, DevCo, we have a bunch of our staff here, and we're excited to work with the city. We have in our pipeline about 4,000 units between various municipalities as well as Miami-Dade County that we're working on mixed income communities, buildings that will have apartments, retail, park renovations, and this will be one that we are all going to be proud of. So I'll pass the mic over to Gabriel, Director of Development.
Good evening, everybody. I'm excited to be here today. I'll walk you guys through our presentation so you get a feel for what we're envisioning for this neighborhood. You all can see what's on the screen up here. Perfect. So we've been working to design this project with what we believe the city of Homestead wants to see for this area and what we feel belongs in this area. So as you can see on this corner right here, Railroad Avenue, it would be transformed into a linear park with space for farmers market areas, lined with shade trees, new lighting throughout, and a nice community rooftop on the 3rd level of the residential portion, which will also contain the commercial component at the bottom. On our right side, you will see the townhomes that were inspired by the Floridian architecture proposed in the Southwest District Plan. Let's scroll to the next slide. This gives you guys a good idea of what the project will look like at night. It will be activated. We'll have lighting throughout. We'll have event space on that linear park on the ground level and also on that rooftop there. That is envisioned to be community space where we can have Friday night movie nights for the kids, whatever else the city of Homestead might want to see in that space. So we set aside plenty of community space on the ground floor plaza as well. That's where a commercial space will be. All parts are activated here. Now, you'll see here on our right the additional park that we're providing that will have playground, activity space, additional lighting, and connects to the townhome area as well. We're on our left, that is the multifamily building that will have 120 apartments, 51% of the apartments up to 80% AMI, and the remaining 49% at market rate. There will be 12 townhomes in total. Those townhomes will be market rate. Now, these are just some of the points in how our development ties into the Southwest Neighborhood Plan. This is the Floridian architecture we try to incorporate here, the shade trees, making it as pedestrian friendly as possible, making it a community hub that we believe the area could really benefit from, and lining it with shade trees. What's great about this development as well is right on the smart corridor on the rapid busway, which will connect the development, the commercial space community to this new revamped transit corridor. Just a nice blow up of that additional park with the shade trees and the community space. Now here are just some points on the economic benefits. So just some of the economic benefits that would be provided to the area. As you can see, just in construction fees, we're at around 1.7 million. In the construction impact alone, we're at a labor income of 28 million, providing additional 418 jobs just in construction. This is a summary of our annual tax revenue that the project will bring to the city and to the county. As you can see at the end of year 15, it's a total of 3.6 million to the schools, 4 million to the county, and 3.4 million to the city in tax revenue alone. I don't want to speed through it too quickly, so I'll give you some time to look through it. Okay, just a summary of the deal terms as well. $200,000 in paid to the CRA at financial closing year 1. $2 million capitalized lease payment repaid at year 15 with 2% interest. These combined repayments offset the CRA's $3 million investment into this project, with the long-term benefits exceeding the initial outlay of the CRA. As you can see, that's a breakdown of some of the costs that will be allocated to the CRA investment. You have the sewer extension, power line removal, and undergrounding, sidewalks, drainage, soil remediation, landscape improvements, and hardscape improvements to the public park, linear park. Now, to make it clear, this development will be funded with non-competitive 4% low-income housing tax credits. We designed a project that is realistic, that we can fund and get moving without the need for competitive funding. A lot of these projects get stalled and aren't able to come to fruition without this competitive funding, which could take a year, 2 years. We wanted to design a project that works, that we can get going right away. As soon as we can get through the development agreement on this, we can get going with design, engineering, and break ground and Q3 of next year on the multifamily. Townhomes can be even quicker. Going in, I believe, is Q2 of 2026 if we move quickly on this.
And Gabe, if you don't mind, I'd like to just interject. Oh, I didn't realize that was so loud. I'd like to just interject and expand on the financing and the deal terms so everyone understands this. The couple of things to put in, and you'll certainly learn this about me, is that I do like the numbers. And so I appreciate that the development team went ahead and had a third-party economic impact assessment done. A couple of points to note out of this. This project, as I understand it, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, it will not be applying for the tax exemptions, which means that this will be generating, based on the numbers they've shown on the previous slide, a few $100,000 in tax increment every year that will come back into the CRA for us to continue to reinvest. I also want to make note that as it relates to the $3 million investment, we really do see that as an investment both in tax increment as well as in grant funds that are awarded. As we have worked through this process and done some additional research and working with our Public Works Department, we recognize that we do not currently have the water and sewer capacity necessary to support any development. So our contribution will be in upsizing those utilities. We do want to really match the investment in the public realm that's happening on the project itself, so we will look to do some enhanced streetscapes, gateway elements, as well as contribute to the park components. Noted, we do have grant funds that will be applied as a part of that overall $3 million. So I do want to set that up, that there are specific reasons where that's coming from. And also, for any of you that perhaps were not at the earlier conversations, the parcels that were acquired by the CRA in this assemblage were funded through ARPA funds. And the way in which we have come to the deal terms and the dollar amounts is really a target to make the CRA whole. We have encumbered or expended around $200,000 over the last couple of years in actual CRA costs for the clearing and site prep of these properties. And so that down payment really makes us whole in that aspect. And then the overall terms that have been provided with the payment being the 2.7 in the total will then more than compensate for what we are putting forward into the overall capital projects. That compounded with the tax increment that we'll generate from this and an estimated 1.8 in annual economic impact in dining, retail, and entertainment are some of the other positives that we have found out of that. So setting that clarification for everyone, Gabe, I'll turn it back to you to finish up.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Here's an overview of our development timeline. Our phase one is intended to be the townhomes. We can move quickly on those townhomes in order to see some transformation in the area while concurrently we're working on our phase two plans, entitlements, approvals. So as you'll see in phase one, we can start construction as early as Q1 of 2026 while we're working through design and engineering on phase two. On phase two, we're anticipating groundbreaking as early as Q3 of 2026 as well. Seeing the total development really come together and complete by the Q4 of 2027. These are some of our team members that will be involved in this project. A lot of them are here today. We do have, starting from here, Del Valencia. We have Doris Arbaiza, Brian Sidman, Max Daniels, Michelle Facio, Vince Lago, and David Burson here with us. So these were just some of the financing complexities that made this project a little more difficult to put together, but we were able to make it work. So we are at 120 units, which is closer to the 60 units per acre, because the economies of scale. Fewer units raised per unit cost, worsen our debt to income ratio. Ms. Long will probably speak better to that point if you have any questions on the economies of scale. Cash.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Gabe. No, I was going to say, and we actually are on the 3.3 acres, that slightly different number. But I do want to give the opportunity for the executive director, Zeri, if there was anything he wanted to add. Otherwise, certainly turn this over to the board for discussion or recommendation.
No comment at this time.
Right, thank you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Very, very comprehensive. But let me open it up for questions and comments from the members of the board. I'd like to kick it off. Board Member Avila.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being here and speaking on behalf of the company and the reputation. This has been in conversation for quite a while. The economy as a whole has changed significantly since we began discussing the potential of these projects. The legislation in general for residential development has also seemingly become more and more aggressive, so that does concern me. The density and how it relates to how it affects Live Local and opening the doors for other developers and properties to kind of follow suit, that's obviously a concern. But I understand the intricacies of this property, the county's contribution and the requirements that we have to do, the affordable housing components. But what I'd like to do is really defer, my decision making to our mayor, who I know has read everything involving this with a fine-tooth comb, and of course to Councilwoman Bailey, where this directly impacts her district. So I'll just, put a pin in there at this point. But I have supported this project from early on. The vision in general, I think that this would be a great catalyst for commercial and investment in general, but for those reasons, I am kind of on the fence right now, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Bailey.
Thank you. So yes, we have been disappointed multiple times with funding falling through, and I have been especially excited about the potential that this piece has. Having it be a gateway to the historic Southwest neighborhood, there is just so much potential. The linear park, I think, is an amazing piece to it. I do appreciate the broader range of housing, but obviously density is a very bad word. So as long as the amenities and that, commercial piece is there, which it does look like it can be, the shade trees with the opportunity for the farmers market. That definitely is Homestead. Um, the rooftop amenity, I would absolutely love to see, if we can't afford a nice big swimming pool, to maybe do some type, and I know we're not getting into design yet, but my mind's been racing, to maybe have that focal part be a big fountain that could double as a splash pad, because that is one amenity that the Southwest is in desperate need of. But I appreciate the beautiful rendering. I can visualize it, and I think if we can really look at that density and make sure that the amenities outweigh that piece, I really appreciate all the hard work and the thought that went in behind this. Thank you.
Board member? Board member Davis?
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Like my colleagues, we're very excited to see this go forward. I did have a question about the number of units that will be considered affordable at 80% AMI, correct? What mechanism is there in my history? I've seen developers come back, say in 24 months, and say, oh, look at that, the cost of living is up. It's no longer 51%, now we can do maybe 30%. You know what I mean? They want a modification to that number. Is there a mechanism for that to not happen? That's what I really want to know, because we really need that affordable housing here. I don't want to see that number fluctuate.
Yeah, my understanding is there is a deed restriction on the property, I believe, from Miami-Dade County that requires us to be at minimum 50%, 51%, up to 80% AMI. So that affordability is baked into the project as a requirement.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
And we will put it into the development agreement as well.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for the presentation. I've been watching this project for almost 5 years now, and we're finally seeing something come to fruition. I know we all kind of get scared of the word density down here in South Dade, but I believe this particular project is going to be the catalyst for the redevelopment of our southwest section of Homestead. And we have a lot of work we have to do down there, and if we're able to make this work, I think this is the right plan at the right time to move forward. So those are my comments. We can work on the other intricacies later, but I believe this is a solid project ready for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And, to your point, there are numerous intricacies, and those, not to be cliche, and we'll hear it again later tonight, those devil in the details that, if we give an affirmative vote to authorize the CRA director and the manager to go forward with negotiation, that those will come out of the woodwork, and they may need to bring some of that back to us to mediate or, make a decision on. I think it's important, setting aside the bad word of density for a moment, I think it's notable that the maximum height on the street on 4th Ave, on 4th Street, seems to be 3 stories. I know that the Southwest community is very concerned not to have that overwhelming height and scope and scale right on the street. So the townhouses look like they're 3 stories, and it looks like the facade portion that hits the south side of 4th Street is, at least on the street, only 3 stories, which I think, generally most of us can get behind. Got a couple of questions though. You talked about the public portion. So what I kind of envision is we're going to have 2 different crews out there. You're going to have, city contractors and your people out there. Is that the way that's going to work? Where the public contribution of the hardscape, the streetscape, landscaping, are we just going to fund that, or is that going to be through our procurement processes? You had a table there that itemized that?
So, if I may, Mayor and Council, I think there's a feeling and a direction and guidance that during this is a general terms, when we get into the details, we may have to look for opportunities of facilitating those infrastructure improvements, perhaps through the developer. It will accomplish a lot of things. It will lead to savings, it will lead to reduction of time, and it will minimize impact to the environment. There are certain intricacies with respect to mitigation of the site. We use this particular site to get a federal funding for mitigation, and there are requirements as to how that could be accomplished. So there's a whole slew of details that needs to be worked out.
Well, thank you. Certainly that was my concern, the time constraints, the constraints on the use of public dollars to go out and do these things. So, you hit the nail on the head of my concerns is, how, we know that our contribution will be up to X. It's just the logistics of how to do that. That's what jumped out at me. I don't believe it was in the materials, but you had a table talking about the phasing, and clearly we're under some constraints with respect to those properties that were transferred to the county from us. Talk to us about what's contained in each phase.
So
There we go.
the townhomes will go first, because with permitting and so forth, that should be the quickest. And we'll also be doing the engineering, the MEPs during that time. So we'll have a flow. As soon as the townhomes are done, we would immediately transfer over, hopefully, to start doing the building. I also wanted to mention that the townhomes are 2 stories.
Right.
Two
I
stories.
saw that. Yeah. 2 on the north, three stories for the adjacent to the sidewalk for
Yes.
the apartments.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Manager, with those time constraints that we have with respect to those properties conveyed from the county, then the proposed phasing is really reverse of what would expedite and give us plenty of time to meet those county deadlines as they currently exist. Is that correct?
So my feeling at this point is to focus on compliance with the reverter clause from the county. It requires us to have those units affordable 51% by 2029.
We need full project completion by 2029.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking 27 and looking here at Q4 of 27. So, okay, so we're in, knock on wood, we're in good shape.
Yeah.
We're going to make it happen well within that time.
Okay. And again, to your density concerns, and certainly there are loopholes, if you will, under the Live Local Act where we can determine what the bonus portion of the total number of units is so that we don't inadvertently increase the cap or the level that we're forced to now deal with under Live Local. And that will be, baked into the cake that comes back as the actual development agreement where we determine, by the wow factor. And I remember, some of you remember when, former, I think you were in on the conversation, I remember former Vice Mayor Guzman, that in awarding some bonus, we talked about the wow factor. If you bring us this, and they brought potential rooftop amenities and open space and open air markets and playgrounds, those can all go to the wow factor to justify whatever 40 per acre is above what is layered in for that site now. So yeah, that is a very, very valid concern under Live Local and as well as the RTZ. So those are some of those details that we'll have to deal with and come back with. So, with that, and I guess, it's fair to say, with respect to density, it's a time and a place for everything. Typically, this is not a level that I would ever begin to support without other safeguards or other, rationale or justification. I sit here also, and I've got to say, I think that, when we undertook the purchase of these scattered properties, prior public works directors, prior CRA directors, prior managers never said, and I think it was because they didn't have the capacity to realize and understand that we did not have the infrastructure necessary to do the project that was being sold to us as a justification for these acquisitions. And I think if, these guys were really candid tonight, we would talk about that the process here to bring this to us tonight has really accelerated under this manager and under this CRA director and the Public Works and whoever else is, whatever other cooks are in this kitchen. We were really, not well served by the lack of due diligence when these properties were acquired. I'm certainly willing to go forward and see if we can overcome all of those issues and obstacles. Vice Chair Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. And one other thing I believe needs to be said is of course, the staff has worked on this diligently with the new manager, and I'm glad to see the requested action is for us to approve the recommended development rather than we are seeking direction. So we actually have some staff people who are doing their homework, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So, do we have a motion to approve the general terms for development for this item? Yes, I'm sorry. Board Member Bailey? All right, so Board Member Bailey, the district, the seat holder for that area, has moved the approval to move forward and negotiate and bring back. Seconded by Board Member Cannonball. Let me open this up for public comment. Is there anyone online or in the audience wishing to speak? For public comment with respect to this item. Okay. So I'll close the public hearing with respect to this item. Anything further from staff or the proposers? Don't snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Through the mayor, again, thank you to the council, to the mayor, the vice mayor. Congratulations, Mr. Manager. It's been a privilege to work with you over the last few decades. This is a great opportunity for us, and I promise you that we will deliver something that will make everyone proud. Thank you very much.
Again, I look forward to working very closely with, my background, in what I do in real life, look forward to being intimately involved in bringing this package forward. So with that, we'll close the public hearing, and Madam Clerk, let's have a roll call vote.
Board Member Davis? Yes. Board Member Cannavale? Yes. Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Board Member Bailey? Yes. Vice Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you all. Again, thanks for coming down, Mayor. Appreciate it. All right, so we will go back to the agenda order, and with the knowledge that the police honor guard is waiting in the wings and the pastor's here to pray for the regular council meeting, let's have the CRA annual report.
We can, actually, let me grab the remote.
If he leaves with a clicker, all deals are off, right?
And we can keep this fairly quick, board members. As I have shared with you all in the past, we as a CRA are required as a special district to provide annual reports that have various performance metrics and data included. It is just a special district requirement of the legislature. What you have in your package is the 23-24 annual report. So this spans from October of 2023 through September 2024. It covers all of the required elements, essentially the creation documents, tax increment values, the appreciation over the years, as well as our overall structure, staffing, our CRA area, highlights on the financials, the programs that we've started, as well as just an overview of some of the projects that have been undertaken currently, and also some of the things that we are looking towards in future years. There's no action necessary from you all at this time. This is informational. It is something that we do have to compile, as I mentioned, for statute. This has been posted on our website. We are meeting all of the requirements as necessary, so just giving you a brief overview. I also have a hard copy that we'll distribute to each of you for reference, and then we will be using this as the basis for going in future years and elevating some of the metrics that we have. So certainly glad to entertain any questions or comments that you all have, but wanted to give you the courtesy of presenting this at a board meeting.
Thank you, appreciate that, and certainly respect and compliment the caliber of the report that is contained in our council package. Board members, any further?
Just keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything further for this board this evening?
No, sir, not from staff.
Very good. Well, with that, public comments with respect to any CRA matter. Again, this is with respect general community redevelopment agency matters. Okay, seeing none, I will close the hearing and ask for a motion of adjournment. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. And let's take 5, and we will convene the regular city council meeting. Thank you all. Yeah, that's right. Let's convene the local planning agency meeting. We could go ahead and get in position for that. Police Explorers, we're not quite ready for you. We've got one item of business, and then we'll open the council meeting. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, and it is now 6:16 p.m. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Here. Board Member Davis. Here. Board Member Bailey. Board Member Avila. Here. Board Member Cannibal. Here. Vice Chairman Fletcher.
Here.
Chairman Losner.
Here.
Ex officio Lawrence Ventura.
He was earlier. There he is. Are you afraid we're going to start throwing something? Okay. Are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals, Mr. Director?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right. We have before us the minutes from April 16th. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Board Member Bailey, seconded by Board Member Cannibal. Any questions or comments? None appearing. All in favor? Any opposed? The next item is Mr. White.
Yes, Mayor. The first and only item on the agenda this evening is legislative item car number 4569. This is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for a 6-month extension to the 12-month temporary moratorium enacted by ordinance number 2024-0618 on issuance of development orders and permits and on the processing of development applications, city code text amendments, rezonings, comprehensive plan text, and land use plan amendments for development of townhome, cluster home, and multiple family residential dwelling units within the city, proposed residential development on lots of less than 7,500 square feet within the city, and any proposed residential development over 6 dwelling units per acre within the city, exempting specified development and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cook.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. As stated by the city attorney, the item before you is the extension of a moratorium that was executed on June the 26th of 2024 for a 12-month period. We're seeking to extend this moratorium for 6 months. As you understand, through the manager at the vision of the council, he felt it was necessary to have an assessment of our infrastructure so we can improve our services to the community and serve the growth of the community in a fashionable way. And with that in mind, we've deemed that it is necessary that we extend this for 6 more months as we continue to achieve this so we can serve the community better.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I'll open the floor to questions or comments from the board members. Board Member Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question, and we all understand why we did the moratorium, and we understand why it's there. But I do want to be able to put a period on this thing at a point. And you know, we brought up the issue of this has been a slow-burning fuse, and you know, and these things need to get done in a predictable manner. Is there a way, for example, for people to put in various applications that will that they can start going through the process without being approved until this moratorium is lifted? Is there something we can do to keep those gears working until we actually put a period on this thing and move on from it?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney for that.
So, Councilman Davis, there is a way in which you could modify the scope of this moratorium in a way in which you still have a moratorium on the actual development order approvals of a particular project that would be covered by this. But you could allow development applications to proceed in which they would make application go through the application approval process. You know, that would work for anything that's not a single family development. Single family developments there's not really any process except for them to submit for a building permit, and and that would be it. They're not going through a DRC. They're not going through multiple reviews and stopping at that point, right? They don't get to that point. If you do that, right, then you probably have to modify this in such a way where you allow those development permits, but also allow for, you don't have to, but you would, something to think about, right? In that you would allow for developments or however we frame it on lots less than 7,500 square feet, because you would have residential development that's ready to come in, single-family residential, on lots that are less than 7,500 square feet.
Okay. And so if it was a larger something, whatever it may be, to be built, 6 months, they may not actually even be through the entire process yet, correct? I mean, it could take time. Okay. I don't know, Mayor, what do you think?
Well, board member, you probably heard from some, sounds like you've heard from some of the same folks I have. And I want to point out that our statutory limit is this additional 6 months. Whatever we're permitted to do, it has to be completed within that 6 months. I have received requests to at least allow development applications to be submitted for the city to be allowed to accept and process applications that would require our approval for anything that's under the ambit of the moratorium now, so that when we come out the other end of the moratorium, those items will be ready for public hearing, rather than having a crush now. There's more of an orderly, perhaps, beginning to fill the pipeline of applications. So I kind of thought that's where you were going when you started this. I'm not sure that's where it was, but the two takeaways: 6 months at most, and we're done. And I would support an adjustment to the item that's before us, however it needs to be written, to allow application to be made. It does not allow permits to be issued. Correct. Or even public hearing, but it allows applications to be made to be ready for public hearing upon the expiration of the moratorium. Is that what you had in mind?
That is what I meant to say.
That's what you meant to say.
Exactly the way I meant to say it, actually.
Board Member Ross.
Yeah, just a question. So I know in some of our one-on-ones that I had, there are lots that are developable in the city that I'm aware of that are less than the 7,500 square feet that may be conforming to those specific neighborhoods. And I've received a couple of calls from, let me call them mom and pop developers who own a single lot, that the moratorium's been in place for a year now, and 6 more months is starting to create hardships. They can't even go through the process of developing a house on that property that conforms to the neighborhood that it's in. So I was thinking that maybe we could, similar to what you're saying, is kind of open up the process a little bit to those situations as well. The 7,500 lot restriction can't be a permanent one, because there's already people that have rights, I think, to build on those lots that are smaller, infill. They're basically infill lots that are conforming to those neighborhoods and those communities. So does it even affect those at this point? Because they could come in and start their process as well to walk down the line, and then come 6 months down the road, they could start their process as well. So I'm still interested in hearing and seeing the works that were put in place to actually help us understand where we are infrastructure-wise, right? So, we talked about the Triangle properties tonight a little bit in reference to the infrastructure's not in place to with water and sewer, and we're gonna have to make some accommodations for that. So I don't think a single-family house on a conforming lot with a neighborhood is gonna put that kind of a strain on the infrastructure where we have to limit and keep them out of the process for another 6 months. Just my thoughts.
Let me ask Mr. White, and yeah, there are, let's say, lots of 6,000 square feet. I mean, have we in fact, by the terms of the current moratorium, limited that? Or I guess asking the question another way, do we can you say that our absolute minimum building lot size, and I'm thinking detached single family, not talking about duplex, not talking about townhouse, I'm talking about a detached single family, but what size range are we in? And I'll throw that out there to either the attorney or the director to kind of give us some guidelines on that.
So as the moratorium was instituted, it did prevent development of lots less than 7,500 square feet.
So,
Mayor, if I could add to Mr. Cook, so there are places, infill lots, that allow you to have in some instances, allow for you to build a less than 7,500 square foot, depending on the nature and makeup of the surrounding neighborhood. In some cases, that requires a special exception to come for you. In other places, not. Like in the Southwest neighborhood, there are, I think in the sub areas, where the detached single family minimum lot size is like 5,000 square feet. So if you're inclined to do something less than 7,500 square feet, we could modify that number with a minimum number for the next 6 months.
well, but that would, I would think that that would need to be with respect to lots existing as a, we're not going to allow someone to come in and do a plat containing 5,000 square foot lots. So, and I don't have a problem as long as it's detached single family, and I would suspect there are a relative handful of those lots, and we still have the frontage requirement of 65 feet. At least in the Northwest. So certainly, we could layer in a provision for existing lots less than 7,500 but greater than 5,000 that were existing lots as of the date of the moratorium for the construction of detached single-family residential, and to allow those other to at least, take their chances and get in the pipeline. No guarantee of approval, but at least go ahead if they want to spend the time, money, and effort to do so, to go ahead and get in the pipeline.
And Mayor, if I could, I would just recommend, well, the caveat to that is that anyone, if we're going to open the door to allow applicants to come in and make application, then they're going to have to sign a waiver of the time frames associated with processing their application, so that no one can then say, under pending statute that has a shot clock time frame, that we're not following or there's some issue.
Right.
So that I think that would be I would advise you to be a requirement if we're going to proceed down that banner.
I don't have a problem with it. We all good with that to accommodate those. And look, the application doesn't denote approval, doesn't denote it'll ever go forward, but the relative handful of substandard size infill lots is negligible impact.
And just for the purposes of this discussion, those that have those infill style lots that may be less than the 5,000 square feet, that are already entitled to build on those lots that are conforming to the neighborhoods, do any of them have to come before us for approval?
There are some that require special exception. And so in those instances, they would apply, but it's not going to get them across the finish line because you're not going to approve a development order or development permit for a special exception. They can apply, but they'll be stuck in they can't go any further.
A 6-month window.
Right. Okay.
But at least we're lowering the bar from 7,500 to 5,000.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Excuse me, board member.
Thank you, Chair.
For these purposes.
Are we aware of any lots that are less than 5,000 square feet?
CRA owns a bunch of them.
But, so the CRA, I know, but would it be allowed for, are there any other lots in the Southwest neighborhood, for example, that are not developed yet? I'm just curious because for me, the whole point of this moratorium was for us to obviously catch up with our infrastructure, right? Make sure that that we were doing our part. But as far as I'm concerned, a single-family home is a single-family home. So if there's somebody then with 4,800 square feet, are we? I don't understand why then we would.
But if we still don't have, let's say, wastewater capacity, we can't issue a permit anyway.
Either way.
So, we're not eating away at the rationale for the moratorium. You're not letting some horses out of the gate and others not.
Right. So in lowering the bar to 5,000, a minimum 5,000 square feet, then those folks would then be able to come in, if they don't require a special exception, those folks will be able to come in, apply for a building permit, and have a building permit issued.
Assuming concurrency.
Yes. Assuming, right. Yeah. Assuming there are no capacity issues or concurrency.
Okay. Is that it? Vice? No, we're good? So, going forward, this would allow application.
If you all,
yeah,
if you all,
the three issues that we discussed.
Right. Yeah. You could modify this to lower the threshold from 7,500 square feet to 5,000 square feet. Modify this so that it would allow for the processing of applications, but still keep in place prohibition on the issuance of development orders and development permits.
With the waiver, yeah.
Right, in the waiver.
Right. So would someone like to move it as amended? Well, let Councilwoman Bailey move. Board Member Bailey, seconded by Board Member Cannibal. Yes, Mr. Proctor. Is the mic on?
Better? Okay.
Much. Depends on what you're going to ask for.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Jerry Proctor, attorney, 7600 Red Road, South Miami. I'm joined by my client, Robert Rubin. I have an exemption request, very limited, very narrow in scope, but a little different than what you've been talking about. Mr. Rubin and his partners own about 2 acres of property in the Southwest neighborhood. Their property is on the north side of Southwest 4th Street between 5th Avenue and 6th Avenue. And as I said, it's about 2 acres. Their property is zoned in the Southwest neighborhood, and it is designated as neighborhood mixed use. We have a specific need and have spoken already to staff about developing a project that has residential only. It does not have mixed use. And under the neighborhood mixed use part of your Southwest neighborhood code, the code requires, or the code allows, residential only on the 2nd floor or higher. And we want to be able to seek the approval of the council in an ordinance to amend that for certain properties, not all properties, but certain properties in the Southwest neighborhood area. As someone said earlier, that's a subject for a different day, and it could be voted up or voted down, but we want to have that opportunity. We think our development checks a lot of the other boxes that the city is looking for. It's affordable housing, it's about 32 units, and it's located in an area where the city is encouraging development. It's not a large development. But we need, and the other kind of special characteristic or unique characteristic, we are expanding our property slightly to purchase 2 properties from the city, which you have heard in recent weeks and months, property that we're purchasing from the CRA. And so we have a development approval for our property through a prior owner that goes back about 4 years. But we want to develop something that is different, that is, we think, nicer, and that incorporates a little bit of additional property and has residential all the way to the ground floor. It does not contain commercial. The ordinance that you adopted 11 months ago does not allow text amendments of this type. Text amendments that would increase the possibility of multifamily residential. And I think that's the main reason that we're here. I have language that I'll read that's very site specific. It doesn't carry over to the entire area, but I'll read this language and then I'll put it in the record as well as our property folio numbers. The language reads, to be exempt, property in the Southwest neighborhood located between Southwest 5 Avenue and Southwest 6th Avenue, north of Southwest 4th Street, where the property owner seeks to add additional property under consideration for purchase from the city and request approval of a text amendment to the city code in the neighborhood mixed-use sub-area, and to seek approval of a new site plan that would replace a plan approved in 2021. We don't think we're going to have a shovel in the ground in the next 6 months, but we want to explore these opportunities and these requirements, including an ordinance with the city, in order to be shovel ready, if you will, when we get to the end of this year or the early part of next year. I'll submit this language and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let me ask Mr. White, and maybe I misunderstood what you said, Mr. Proctor, that the language of the existing moratorium prohibits text amendments. Is that correct?
Yes, the existing language prohibits a comp plan text amendment or a code text amendment that would increase multifamily development. And so Mr. Proctor has a project that was previously approved that includes mixed use, commercial and residential. It's my understanding that they want to modify that site plan, but in order to modify that site plan, that's contingent on possible comp plan amendments and zoning code amendments to realize they're proposed. I haven't seen it. I've just briefly spoken to Mr. Proctor about it.
I'm struggling to justify having this conversation in the context of extending the moratorium. Because it seems to be so narrowly focused, just thinking out loud, pretty narrowly focused that the guy next door or across the street is going to say, hey, give me one of those exemptions also. Now, big picture, this body has had the conversation that the Southwest Master Plan has overkill on mixed use, And we even looked at the maps and the colors. And again, back when Mr. Guzman was here as vice mayor, we talked about this. It really seems to be excessive mandates for mixed use. And I guess I'd look to the attorneys to thread the needle to find a way to accommodate this if there's because clearly you're not going to be out of the gate early, prematurely, or, violating the moratorium.
Well, with regards to the language, if you all,
Yeah.
that would allow Mr. Proctor's client to start applying for a site plan amendment in whatever comp plan or code text amendment is necessary. And so, but it just wouldn't be brought to you within that 6-month time frame for approval or denial.
But just like we talked about, a general project in excess of 6 units per acre has the right to apply. This situation could also be covered with language in the, right? So, yeah. Now, let me ask Mr. Park, does that solve your problem if it can't be heard prior to 6 months from the expiration of the moratorium?
I don't have a strong objection as long as the council can take up the code amendment. The code amendment,
we could take up a code amendment, but certainly it can't be implemented as to a property prior to the expiration of the moratorium. I think that would be acceptable.
Well, the way that you would not be able to take it up. This would be a private initiated development that's associated with a project that they're seeking approval for. At least, I think, right? I mean, the alternative to this is that you could modify the section that provided for specific exemptions.
Yeah. We could amend the code, but they can't avail themselves of it until 6 months.
Well, I think it might be problematic with them even applying to amend the code, right? Depends on how this is being teed up. I'm not sure how the applications are all going to.
But if we teed it up in the context of, hey, we've had the discussion that there's too much mixed use mandate, that's initiated by council and staff rather than a specific property owner. And then we're not spot zoning, so to speak.
I'm not sure if this helps. The code amendment that we have in mind is something that would apply to numerous properties in the southwest neighborhood, not just our property. We've looked at it with staff, and we've devised from a planning standpoint, what we think is a sound proposal. We don't want to, the message we received as a community-wide review is we don't want to get rid of mixed use through the entire area. And so the amendment that would come forward, irrespective of who sponsors it, at least in my discussion up until now, would apply to the entire area. I'm not sure if that helps or answers your question.
Let's do this. This has to have a second reading, correct?
That is correct.
So let's move forward tonight on first reading with what we've already discussed, and perhaps you and Mr. White and others can put your heads together and make a pile of rocks and figure out some additional language that we could bring in at second reading.
Okay.
Does that work?
What I've entered, I'll submit it to the clerk and await the decision.
Very good. All right, so I think we have a motion and a second before us on first reading to approve with those issues that we discussed. Certainly we have an understanding there may be additional changes at second reading if we can find a way to appropriately accommodate that without opening the Pandora's box. So, any public comment on this item? It's on the moratorium, on the extension of the building moratorium.
Just coming up here to express
Let's get your name and address for the record.
Alexander Carbajal. I'm a mom and pop builder for a small little lot in the southwest area, coming to express my concerns about the moratorium. And given how you guys have expressed yourselves about how you feel, and considering that you're going to drop the square footage on the moratorium, I think that's more than pleased. I would like to see the infrastructure built out within a reasonable time period. I understand everything takes its time and process, but for the most part, I think I'm pleased, and I just wanted to thank you guys and for taking me and a couple of our friends into consideration with this moratorium. I think we should be able to move forward with our projects, and that's basically it.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else speaking on the sixth month final extension, probably the last moratorium to ever be enacted in the state of Florida? We come to the podium and give us your name and address for the record.
How you doing, Mayor? How you doing, Council? Raul Gabino. Also have a lot on the Southwest, 640 10th Ave. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for taking the time and considering us mom and pop. I'm a father, husband, a brother, fireman also. We came together to build a lot, and I know you were asking the size. The plan state where we could build a nice single family, 1,700 square feet. It's not going to be anything small. Something nice, high ceilings, really bring life to the community and continue to see the city of Homestead grow.
Very good, thank you.
Very much. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you coming tonight. Anyone else? Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to just, at least from my recollection, is that when we enacted the moratorium, we had considered lifting it potentially in phases, starting with the southwest area. So this is in line with what I think our original intentions were, and I do want to thank Councilman Davis for opening up that discussion. But I appreciate the consideration for the southwest area and for these properties. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's have a roll call vote on the first reading of the extension of the moratorium.
Board Member Ross?
Yes.
Board Member Davis? Yes. Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Cannibal? Board Member Bailey? Vice Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Any final comments from council on any matter? Mr. Cook, any further business?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No.
Mr. Attorney?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And where's Mr. Ventura? I don't want him to run off tonight. We're going to need you for our next meeting. So we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We will convene the regular council meeting momentarily. Yeah, as they go out. And she tells me she's ready. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call to order the City of Homestead regular City Council meeting. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, and it is now 6:50 p.m. This evening, we will have the invocation by Pastor Lunacel Alvarado of Ministerio Pentecostal La Roca Eterna, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilman Cannibal and the Homestead Police Explorers. Please rise, everyone. Is the pastor here? There you are.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together this evening as leaders and neighbors here in the city of Homestead. We're grateful for the council members that serve this vibrant and diverse community as we all call home. As we begin this council meeting, we ask for your wisdom and guidance. Help approach each topic with open minds and caring hearts. May everyone listen to one another with respect, seek solutions that uplift our residents, and work together for the good of our city. That this be a reminder for everyone's role is to serve God, not just with policy, but with purpose and compassion. Bless everyone, Lord, in this room and everyone in our Homestead community. May all decisions tonight help make the city an even better place to live, work, and grow. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Nice hats. Thank you. Please be seated. We have a roll call, please.
Councilman Cannonball. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Roth. Councilman Davis.
Here.
Councilwoman Bailey. Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Here.
Mayor Losner.
Here. Okay. All right, we're at the portion of our agenda where we allow general public comment limited to 3 minutes per person. First, I will take those who have clocked in. I think a couple of you have already spoken with respect to the moratorium that filled out a sign-in sheet. Mr. Reguero, are you still with us? Rafael Reguero? Are you still with us here? I know you registered yesterday to speak regarding moratorium and 2 other items. Mr. Reguero? Okay. And I said, Mr. Power, I see that you registered, but it's with respect to a specific item, so you're good. We will hear from you at that point. All right, that covers that. Is there anyone online? Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Please.
Hi, my name is Jessica Uhake. I'm from Chefs on the Run. We are located in downtown Homestead in the Historic District. I have emailed all of you about why I'm here today, but I took notes just in case. I'm here because about the 24th of April, we were told by the code enforcement that we were no longer allowed to have an A-line sign outside. And although I understand that it is right now under legislation to change, I'm requesting if we can have a temporary pass. We are losing anywhere from $300 to $400 daily because people don't know that we're open. If you would like to see my numbers, I will show them to you. People don't know that we're open. Downtown Homestead was already a ghost town, and not having signs outside is putting a tombstone on all of us. We need some sort of signage that says outside. Now, I get it that I'm allowed a sign. I read what it says, and a couple of you have been kind enough to describe that to me. I get it, but right now, until that changes, if we can have an A-line sign outside, I had it out of the pedestrian's way, I'm ADA compliant. I'm requesting this not only for myself, but for other businesses. Is that a possibility? I have already a petition going because I already spoke to the Miami-Dade Commissioner. She has requested for me to have a petition going. I started that 2 weeks ago. We have over 250 signatures. We need the signage outside. Okay? If that's a possibility, that would be great. That's why I'm here. And of course, you already know that Chefs on the Run helps the community anytime that we get. We've been there for 14 years. We know that a lot of businesses use us as a beacon of hope. We were at South Beach Food Wine Festival for 10 years in a row. We give a lot. We're only asking for this sign outside. Okay? Thank you for your time.
Well, no, that's fine. This is, a hot button topic.
Okay.
I've seen the petition. There are a lot of folks outside the city who have
Tourists.
signed the petition, and
Yes.
if anyone wanted to weigh in on this. There's got to be an alternative to allowing you to continue to do an unpermitted act. I mean, if it's an issue of letting people know you're open, is there an overhang on your building? Because this is an issue of putting a sign on public property. It doesn't matter that it's out of the way. It doesn't matter that it's ADA compliant. It is an issue that it is on public property. That's the baseline issue that I tried to convey to you, and it's not that you're no longer allowed to do that. After many, many years of neglect, we are finally trying to enforce our code. It started at your end of the
Right,
end of the
and
block.
I understand that I understand that for the past 14 years I've been allowed to do that. And I also understand that for the past 3 terms you've been our mayor, right? So we should have been warned, hey, this legislation is going to change, and we should have been pre-warned and told this is not going to happen. I know that I'm allowed to sign a light box. I don't have the money for that. You know, as I know, that I've been 4 years trying to put an awning outside. So it's one thing after another. That awning outside has taken every dime that we've had, and it closed my patio for 1.5 years. So there's a lot going on, and even though businesses weren't able to show up, there are businesses that are signing. There are businesses that are saying they need this sign. But as small businesses, as you already know, every small business is on a tight margin. No one can afford to get extra help, and they have to be at their establishments. I'm here because my husband's able to be there. I'm only requesting a temporary as far as that concerned, and then once you have it in legislation, then everyone needs to follow it. But as of right now, no one knows that we're open. There's people calling me saying, are you open? Because your sign doesn't say it. And it is out of the way. And I understand that it is public property, but I put those palm trees there that I was told to take out 1 year ago, and I took them out without a problem. I was never told even then, hey, you're not even allowed to have a sign there. I'm just saying that the message wasn't correctly given.
I get it, and privately we can have a conversation about the state of code enforcement then versus now, and why. But and not to belabor the point tonight, we certainly want to help and support and promote our small businesses downtown. We know you've been there a long time, and we'll sit with our code enforcement, public works, and manager and see how we can thread that needle to help you stop losing business.
Okay, I spoke to the officer, and he explained to me that unless you all agree to do a temporary pass, he doesn't have that authority.
Well, and I don't know that he even has the authority to tell you that.
Right, well, I mean, I asked because I was told that.
You're asking us to tell the manager to convey to his people, ignore the law.
I'm not requiring to ignore the law. I am saying that it's been ignored this long, and we didn't know that. And what I'm requesting is permission to have a temporary pass for all small businesses. The summer is already slow enough for all of us.
Right.
This will help anybody be able to say, hey, my barber shop is open, or my beauty salon is open, or Chefs on the Run is open.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Question to staff. Do other cities allow for signage to be put out? And could we come up with some type of ordinance that allows shopkeepers to display during business hours and then retract those signs when their businesses are closed? I don't know how other cities do, but I mean, I was in the restaurant business as well. And especially during the off-season, things were slow in Homestead. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I might have been violating the sign ordinance too back in the 90s when I painted my windows all the way up and down to just, to attract business, right? Yeah, and we still see it all over the city as it is. And I get the other side of it too, that we want to try to create some aesthetic improvements in the city as well. But I think helping the small businesses out by allowing them to display, we need to figure out a way to do something in the interim and to help them out. I mean, I don't think what they had displayed was abusive, but we see others that are, right? And I think if we give them the rules to follow that allow them to feel that the presence of the sign is helping them, that the presence of the sign, we're giving them the ability to help themselves as well. So I don't know what the solution is. I don't think we can just say ignore. I don't know that a temporary pass is the answer either. I think we need to make a permanent solution to something that helps the local businesses, not only in downtown Homestead, but throughout the city. So I'll challenge you guys to at least come up with something.
And I really think by the discussion tonight, there's bigger picture issues. And I think the discussion here sends a message to the manager and his staff to try to find a stopgap solution to assist our downtown businesses, first and foremost. And as you say, citywide, but that's where the impact falls. Vice Mayor?
I do question for staff. Don't we have a facade grant process that we might be able to utilize? I know we had that at one time along Chrome Avenue to improve building facades. This might be able to put a sign over her door rather than the A-frame sign that's out there.
Yes.
Something to think about if we have that available.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is something that is very complex. It deals with a lot of side issues. Miami-Dade County Code actually prohibits signs in public right-of-way. State Statute 479 prohibits signs in the public right-of-way. So I need to talk to the city attorney, find a way we can thread the needle and create some kind of signage that will be on private property. Because I'm not sure that this council can pass an ordinance that can supersede the state law or Miami-Dade County Code, because we are subsidiary to them in terms of level of authority. So let's work with the city attorney and find how we can create accommodation for private property areas, not on sidewalks. Sidewalks are part of public streets.
I wasn't on the sidewalk.
No, I'm not referring to you. I'm making general statements.
I understand.
So it's not specific to your situation. Give us time to talk to the city attorney to look ways and means of creating a solution, if any is available.
So if you weren't on the sidewalk, the code officer explained that an A-line sign wasn't permitted?
Correct. And I took it out immediately. And I haven't put it back on. And I know other businesses that are, and they would prefer getting a violation because it's affecting their business. I followed the rules.
Okay.
And the reason I haven't applied for that grant that you spoke about is because the rules say in CRA that until I am finished with my awning,
They
I
got the
can't
awning
apply for
grant
another one.
going.
That's why. My track record is always to follow what is there. So when this, it was shocking because I didn't know what I was doing. And if I would have started my business without the sign, then it would be fair, right? But I was told since the very beginning, and I understand that I was told wrong. That I get it, because I understand your email. But I was told that you were allowed to put a sign outside, and then you were allowed to bring it back inside every night. If you left your sign outside, you were responsible for, the code enforcement would pick it up, you would have to pay for it. I get that. I never violated any of that. And it was always out of the way. And I only put it there so people could know that we were open. And we were so long not open inside for changing things that we had to do after COVID that it literally, there's one sign that says, dine in open. So people would know because we were consistently getting, are you open inside? So it's just, it's really just a matter of trying to survive.
No, we get that. And many of us have been in those business situations where certainly understand that and very sympathetic. It's interesting though, because I was under the impression that, let's say if you had an alcove into a doorway, a shop, behind the sidewalk, that A-line signs were permitted. And since you contacted me 2 or 3 weeks ago, I've kind of been more attuned to that. And just today, I saw 2 A-frame signs behind the sidewalk in front of a very prominent antique shop. So what's got to be, it's good for the goose is good for the gander.
I believe in this case, the sign was
On
after the
grass
sidewalk.
area, after the sidewalk, on the grass area.
Right.
Which is still public right away.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And I did read the email, and as I had mentioned, the explanation is on point. And my recommendation was to potentially modify the existing awning application with the CRA to include the signage application as soon as possible, or to allow the dual processing of the additional sign application, if that's an option. But, this is a challenge.
As Siri said, we got to find a way to thread the needle.
Exactly. So,
Yeah, as a stopgap measure and bigger picture.
Right. And just for council's knowledge, I have been in communication with our city attorneys to try to work on drafting something to come back for our consideration for businesses like yourself to showcase, different kinds of signage, not just the A-frame signage. So we're working on it, but it will take time. So we have to let staff kind of.
So what do we do right now? Am I allowed? I mean, I know that he's saying that it's a very strict restrictions and that Miami-Dade doesn't allow it, but what can we do right now to let people know that we're open? People are driving, people are not looking at buildings to see. People are driving forward. How can we tell people that we're open? I'm not asking for balloons, I'm not asking for a big, running guy or anything. I'm simply asking for an A-line sign for small businesses that need it. There's businesses on Washington Avenue, there's businesses on Maury that used to have signs out. What can we get to? And I know you guys don't meet for the summer, right? You do meet in the summer?
Absolutely. Okay. And I know that first thing in the morning, this is going to be a topic of conversation among staff.
Right.
To see where we can go short-term and bigger picture.
Okay.
And that doesn't help you tomorrow, but I'm telling you, the process is going to start tomorrow.
Okay, so who do I contact and how quickly am I able to put a sign back outside? Because after July 4th, we are super dead, and I need to be able to function again.
Right. Mr. Manager, who would be a point of contact?
So the point of contact for the City of Miami is going to be me, my office.
City of Miami?
Sorry, City of Homestead, I apologize. I
hope that's not a Freudian slip.
No, it's not. I was reading actually a case. The county placed a big hammer on the City of Miami. That's why I mentioned that. This is something that is very sensitive. You don't want the City of Homestead to be placed in conflict with the county. That's why I mentioned that we need to speak to the city attorney first. There are certain areas in the Miami-Dade County Code in Chapter 2-103 that creates some kind of wiggle room on how you can tread that needle. But I need to seek his legal opinion before I can even express myself. That's why I say give us time to look into this. If you're expecting me to say that tomorrow you're allowed to put out signs in the public streets, I will be misleading you.
I understand that, but the urgency in my voice is we're losing money, and we're not the only business losing money. And we don't have salaries. We work paycheck to paycheck, all businesses. So that is the urgency in my voice.
Ma'am, if I have a solution by tomorrow morning, trust me, this council will be back under a special call to consider that. Right now, I don't have that solution until I speak to him.
Okay, and as far as, then I should also be speaking to the commissioner too, right? Miami-Dade commissioner, because I already spoke to her 2 weeks ago.
I cannot provide
She
you
has
advice,
no
counsel.
jurisdiction here.
Oh, that's what I thought, because he mentioned Miami-Dade, so that's why I was, that's the only reason why I was mentioning it. So I thought that maybe, hey, can I expedite any process?
So let me let the city attorney weigh in on this.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to manage expectations here. So Miami-Dade County has a sign code. We, as the city and municipalities, are subject to that sign code. They preempt the city in certain regards. So there's two issues here. There's one with A-frame signs, right? Sandwich board signs. We can allow for those in the city if we don't, if they're not listed as a permitted sign, we could allow for those. That's not the issue. The issue is signage in the right-of-way. And that's going to be the thing that we're going to have to look at, that we're going to have examined, because there are multiple layers and multiple issues that come along if you open that door.
Can I lean it on the building then? Because she said that's the right of way, right? The grass area is the right of way. And until we have the proper legislation, would it be, if it's on the sidewalk, can I lean it?
No, the sidewalk and the grassed area out to the curb, the backside of the curb is right of way, public land. You know, and that's probably, you know, your question is probably best answered by, that'd be development services or sign placement. Yeah, you know, temporary in terms of put it up in the morning and put it away at night.
Correct.
So even if we were to permit the A-frame sign, there's still an element in the code that says that you have to be at least 5 feet from the right-of-way. I don't know if she can even achieve that.
Well, how does window signage comply then? If you have a building that's on the right-of-way line and you put a sign in your window, how is that compliant?
So for the sake of discussion, you know, the window is part of the structure of the building. A freestanding sign is not, so it can be an obstruction.
Okay, we're going to thread the needle on this just as fast as we can. Yeah, and not to belabor the point, but bigger picture. As we start to talk about, or as we've talked about, widening sidewalks to allow outdoor dining, and we've all seen in other jurisdictions where restaurants have dedicated platforms that are out actually in the right-of-way and cannibalize parking spaces. And some of those may have the name of the restaurant painted on the side of that dining box. You know, how does that happen? So those are going to have to be things that we're going to look at as we begin to enhance what we've all talked about, outdoor dining on Chrome Avenue. But that's another discussion for another day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment?
Mayor, there's one online.
All right, online. Who's online with us?
Ram.
Ramiro. You're on. Mr.
So how are we doing?
Hi.
Hi, I'm Roger 2040 Southeast 19th Street, Homestead. Just a couple of things. Stuff on the Run, great restaurant. See if we can probably give them like a temporary pass until you guys figure this thing out, just to help small business. Also, we are in favor for the 6-month additional moratorium with the new construction going on now and the traffic. I don't think we can allow anything at this point until these are actually completed, and maybe we can work on the road. Also, I have two questions, one for council and one for Chief. Chief Knapp, if he's there. Council, late last year, you guys were proposing cameras in school zone. You mentioned that you were going to implement it in early 2025. What happened to that, and are we still moving forward with that? And for Chief Knapp, many people are concerned with the increase in mass deportation, especially in Homestead. Does Homestead HPD have a current task force with ICE? Thank you.
Let me address your question with respect to the speed cameras in school zones. They were approved several months ago, and last I heard, they were still in permitting to be installed. So, yes, I would imagine that certainly by the time school opens in late August, early September, that those speed detecting cameras will be in operation in the city limits. Chief?
Yeah, so to answer your question, our primary responsibility is public safety in the city of Homestead. We do have partnerships with many other federal agencies, DEA, ATF, FBI. We also now have a relationship with ICE. We have not done any operations with them.
What's that? Is he still there? Oh, okay.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And just a follow-up with for the cameras, with all the issues that Miami-Dade is having with the bus, do you guys foresee the same issues, or have we come up with a solution?
In other jurisdictions, that issue that with the speeding cameras, that trying to make the analogy to the school bus cameras has not manifested itself at all. Entirely different system, different parameters.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Good night. All right, last shot. Any further public comment? Yes, ma'am. You need to come to the podium and give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening to all. Hi, my name is Daphne Adame Santana. I live here in the city of Homestead. I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of myself and my children. I have 2 children with disabilities, and I live here, as I said, I work here, and I like to bring my children to the Chrome Avenue, right, on the days off for ice cream, or sometimes for a little treat, or for dinner. Both of them has disabilities. And I think that working out or finding a happy medium for the science and the businesses is very important because it's part of efficient communication and also safety against in regards to those that do have disabilities and other impairments. So please, let's find a way to work something out for the signs because I know the city's thriving, but the people that live here are what make Homestead. And I think it's very important, as I said, for efficient communication. And a lot of people with disabilities are, how can I say, visual, right? And they see the signs, they see the colors, and also a lot of the signs for the disabled, the letters are so small and they're so tiny. Um, and I think it's important for all of us to find that happy medium. So thank you this evening and thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it. Okay, I will now close the public comment section of this meeting. Now, Mr. Manager, I understand do we have any additions, deletions, or deferrals? I understand there's one addition we need to add to the
Yes,
agenda.
Mr. Mayor, we have an addendum to the agenda. Car number 4627 is being added to the agenda, which is a resolution to approve event production and management for Race to the Fourth event. This
Okay.
is the 4th of July event that we hope to accomplish, and we need the services of a professional production team to assist us.
So need a motion to add this to the agenda, and we will consider it later in the evening. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Davis. Any commentary? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. With that, if there is no objection, I would like to jump to tab number 24 with respect to the presentation of the development of what we've historically called the baseball complex or the Homestead Sports Complex. And we're moving to tab 24 at this point.
Thank you.
Is the mic on?
Hello?
There we go.
Here I am. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, Mr. City Manager, and City staff. My name is Christopher Pinellas. I'm an attorney at Ackerman LLP with law offices located at 98 Southeast 7th Street in the city of Miami, Florida. This evening, I'm joined by my colleague, Dennis Corbell, and also the architect for the project, Christian Peshin from Labella Architects, and our principals, JP Ranal and Dario Sala, who's the CEO of our proposal. Before I get into the substance of our project, I'm pleased to report that we do have the support of the South Dade EDC, as well as the South Dade Chamber of Commerce. And before I begin, I would just like to give Ms. Lisa Greer an opportunity to speak on the record, and then we'll get into the substance of our presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for letting me come up here. I am Lisa Greer, and I'm represented as the chair of the Economic Development Council for South Miami-Dade, as well as a board member of the South Dade Chamber. The EDC and the South Dade Chamber have been following this project for a good 8 months, and we would like to make note that the project itself, we're very much in support of. Its original location, we were not in support of because it was close to the Homestead Air Reserve Base. So given the 10,000-seat multiple-purpose stadium that's proposed, multiple other sports courts and activities, benefits to the city, job creation, we expressly encourage the council to continue discussions with the developer for a long-term lease, because we are in favor of the proposed location here in Homestead. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. So with that, I just want to give a brief summary of our development team and the shareholders that make up VSGS Facilities. Oftentimes you have a name of an entity and not familiar with the individuals who are behind it. And I just want to point out that our shareholder team and owners of this proposed development include former gold medalists, NBA champions, renowned coaches and managers, developers, professional tennis players, CEOs, and Hall of Famers. This team is well positioned to bring this project to a reality, to finance this project, and bring something that's really special here to the city of Homestead that benefits both the economic community and the citizens at large. With that, I'm going to ask our architect, Mr. Christian Peshin, to come up, go through the site plan, and then I will have a brief presentation about the benefits and our proposed term sheets and the asks. Thank
Thank you, Chris. Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to present the Homestead Sports Complex to you. My name is Christian Patchen. I lead sports and entertainment and public venues practice at LaBelle Associates. We're one of the leading architecture and engineering firms in this type of work. One of the things that we do, and we're very proud of, is that we create sports complexes that we call the community's playground, and we create stadium facilities that we call community hubs, and I will show you how we're doing this in Homestead. There was a plan that was approved previously for the same location, and one of the things that we've done, working very closely with the client, is to try to make sure that everything that was included in that plan is also included here and more. You can see in green all of the areas that we've actually increased the capacity of what was included in the earlier plan that was approved. You can see in yellow the items that actually remain the same, and the only thing that is missing is that there's two baseball fields that were there that we haven't included because we wanted to have a wider variety of mix of assets for the community. And there was a running track that no longer fits there, that there may be a possibility to include on nearby land. One of the big new items, obviously, is the multi-use stadium, which is a multi-use facility that will include, that will be capable of having soccer, American football, lacrosse, rugby, concerts, and it also is being designed to host a rodeo. This is the plan. You can see through the bullet points where everything is. As you can see, there's three major zones. We have to deal here with the APZ zone, that's the accident potential zone, where we can't congregate more than 25 people per acre. What we have done is that we haven't included any part of the program there. There are 3 basketball courts that you can see as number 8 there, that were there in the exact position in the previous plan that we have left there. There's number 12, which is a pump track, which is a track that was proposed that is for cycling and skateboarding and rollerblading and different kinds of wheeled activities that can be used there, which we have left there to meet the criteria. The rest is open spaces and parking, but not places really where people congregate. And obviously on number 9, you can see that we have 2 baseball fields that were there before that are remaining there. Another zone is the zone where you can see the fields. We have 6 fields, one which is hybrid grass. The rest of them are synthetic turf, which means that it can be used as a high traffic service that can also be used by the community, and it will be remain well and won't require a lot of maintenance. We have tennis courts, we have pickleball courts, we have 2 volleyball courts that were before in the APZ that we have been able to locate next to the Racket Sports Center, which is number 10 there, as you can see in the plan. You see number 16 and 17 there. That's one of the central aspects of what the client is proposing, which is an academy. It's an academy that we imagine like a high school, where you have students that are aspiring to be elite athletes, and they will receive specialized training in sports. It's thought of as a campus. As you can see, it has a courtyard where the students are kind of protected in a private area where they can have activities and swimming and so forth. There's basketball facilities in there. You can imagine them as a gym that can be used for many different things, a sports performance center, and some offices as well. One of the interesting things about the design, and I will show you several renderings where you will be able to see this, is that as you go west on that facility, it's only 1 story. It's the terraces that you see to the left on that facility that says SPH. And then as you go east, it turns into 2 stories, 3 stories, 4 stories, and then 5 stories, because we are kind of acknowledging that there's a residential area that goes east of that, and that we want to maintain the heights low until you start going towards the right. Obviously, it's located across from the existing high school, so it has a similar program as well. And then the third area that I'd like to point out is the stadium itself. It's located near the lake. It's a very strategic position because we are as far away as you can be from the residential area. And also, it creates a very nice civic space outside of the APZ zone where we can have docks and walks all around it, and a lot of civic space where you can have art walks, and you can have farmers markets, and you can have all kinds of events around it 24/7, 365 days a week. And then the stadium itself, I will show you, that has that west building that is connected to the park and to that walkway, which is that tends to be a hospitality area where we have congregation spaces, we have kitchens, we have event spaces that are part of what we call the community hub that will be available to the community in different dates for Rotary clubs, voting sessions, community meetings, etc. as well. I will expand a little bit on that. And then number 14 is a hotel that has been strategically placed to the furthest south spot on that site where the terrace is facing south. And then you have views with a platform that you can see that has parking underneath that overlooks the actual field or rodeo area with very limited views north because there's a video board that screens that off, and you will be able to see it on the renderings. So pictures speak louder than words. These are some of the images that we created so you could visualize the project. You see the stadium there on the southwest and how everything's located outside the APZ zone. This is a view from the southwest looking north. This is a view from the northwest looking south. This is the park. I just wanted to briefly show you what I was talking about, this concept that I actually speak often at conferences about, which is the stadium as a community hub. So you can see on the top, which is the west side, which is connected to the park area, you can see there's a pitch club. The pitch club has bathrooms, there's concessions, and there's also a commissary kitchen. This is a catering space. You could imagine it akin like you would have in a hotel, that you have these event spaces. That's very much what it is. Obviously, during games, it operates as an area where people can be and get a drink and get food. But off event spaces, that can become part of the community hub. You can see there's stairs that lead to a second floor. So there's a total of 8,775 square feet on that first floor for event space. And when you go to the second floor, it gets much larger. You have a large club lounge that has dining areas, that has warming kitchens, that has suite areas that serve as offices. Obviously, all of it overlooking the field, which is actually quite nice. And then you have two large terraces, all of it combined, summing up to about 34,548 square feet of event space that will be available to the community for events on specific dates. This is a view of the stadium slash rodeo with the hotel view. You can see that it's a 5-story building with a rooftop. There's two canopies on the east and the west that actually served for lighting the stadium, so you only have lights in the north and the south to minimize the amount of lighting that there is. You can see part of the concept that on the vertical surfaces is the homestead sunset, and on the horizontal surfaces it's the sky. We're using a lot of organic elements to kind of mimic what we're seeing here. There's a lot of nature, there's the ocean, there's the Everglades, and we really wanted to incorporate some of those organic elements on there as well. This is a view, so the stadium is being designed, so from a technical point of view, and we've done this before, it operates as a rodeo, so you will be able to fit the trucks will be able to pull in, they'll be able to have the animals, we'll have all the gates that you need to be able to technically operate that, and it will be capable to have 16 inches of sand brought in and out for these events that we'll have once a year. Some of the views of the fields. This is the racket sports. One of the things that we're doing is that we're adding shaded structures all over strategically, so there's always an area that can be shaded. underneath those shaded structures, we're going to provide the right amount of bathrooms and concessions, so there will always be these facilities that will be available to the community as well. The bathrooms that we have on the stadium itself, some of them will face two ways in the concessions as well, so they'll be part of the infrastructure of the parking facilities as well. Some of the tennis courts have grandstands around them. The concept is that there can be, championships and places where the youth leagues can have some event spaces as well. This is some views of the SPH of the academy. So the first floor is the learning center. You could imagine that's a high school. And as you move up, those are dorms. That's where the students live. And those two big blocks towards the back that are leaned against that residential building are where you have the offices and you have the gym, so to speak, and the basketball courts and so forth. And then you have a large courtyard where they have swimming pools and they can have most of their campus activities. And the building you see in the back there is a residential building that will be part of the community. We're going to have a lot of parents from different countries that are going to be coming here and that they're going to be staying as well. Those are around 150 units on that building. So we prepared these sections just to speak to some of the concerns that the Air Force may have as well. Some of those have to do with heights, and some of those have to do with lighting, and that's what these slides are about. You can see here, and it's hard to read on the screen, but the highest point that we have in any building here is around 65 feet, which is not a very tall building. The lights, as we're showing it here, they're around 90 feet, which would be the highest element in the entire project. We can bring them down a little bit, but that would be standard. So we hope that that's okay, but we can always bring them down. And the second tallest item is the video board, which I believe stands at 85 feet. The video board is also a kind of a screen, because one of the items that was brought to us is that they don't, the Air Force does not want views from the hotel north towards the Air Force. So this is kind of one of the screening points of from the terraces, from the platform that we have in front of the hotel. So you're actually looking at the screen. Obviously, it's one of the important points that you have in entertainment. When you have a game, it brings everybody together. If we have concerts here, that's also a very important element for concerts as well. And this is an example that I wanted to bring forward of another project. This is not a rendering. This is an actually built project in Colorado. And we did this to show how modern lighting systems, with very technical lighting, we can provide 100-foot candles even across the entire field with zero light spillage. So this is actually at night. This is Colorado Springs. This is an area where light pollution was very important. Same thing with sound. We do the same thing, contain it. Here you can see from above, within 10 feet, there is zero light spillage. This is the kind of lighting we use. It uses special lenses. It uses special masking and cutoff points that we make sure that the light is actually pointing towards the field and not people's eyes. And certainly, it won't be something that is going to disturb any kind of Air Force planes. And finally, I have an animation to show you, just so you can see it in real time, what it might look like. And hopefully, it plays. Yeah, somebody can press play on that. Maybe it got turned into a PDF instead of the PowerPoint. If it did get turned into a PDF, I think that you've seen enough. That was a nice to have. Thank you.
So I've asked my colleague Dennis to send the animation to IT. Hopefully we can get that up. And in the interim, I'll to go through the rest of the presentation to be efficient with everybody's time. So just real brief, I mean, look, obviously what you've seen today and what Mr. Peshin has presented is a preliminary concept plan. Our goal would be, hopefully, pending your direction this evening, to work with city officials, work with relevant stakeholders, to make sure that this park is something that works for everybody in the community and functions in a way that's respectful to the existing community and to existing operations. We've also submitted into the record, and you all have seen, a proposed term sheet. And that proposed term sheet kind of outlines what our proposed deal to the city would look like. Obviously, that's going to be pending negotiation and pending your direction this evening and negotiations with the city manager and the city attorney. But just high level, a few points that I want to point out. Our investment to build the concept plan that was shown to you this evening is approximately $275 million. That investment, my client is prepared to finance that, develop, operate, and maintain those facilities at no cost to the city. We are not seeking any grants or any financing from the city to build these improvements. The development, as you saw, will include park facilities, a sports academy, and multi-purpose stadium that can be used for events, soccer franchise, and also the Homestead Championship Rodeo. Through our lease, we are going to be guaranteeing public access to those facilities that are provided as part of the Homestead Sports Complex. We are also going to pay our taxes, and we are hoping to receive an expedited timeline to build these improvements as quickly as possible. So, additional public benefits. In addition to developing the park and maintaining it and operating it at no cost to the city, we're also proffering to operate a non-residential sports academy, give 10 scholarships to children who reside within the city of Homestead. We're also proffering $250,000 to fund other park improvements throughout the city to give access to other residents. Obviously, as I mentioned before, dedicated times for city use and dedicated use by the Homestead Championship Rodeo to take advantage of that multi-purpose complex that we decided and designed in that manner. Economic benefits. I just want to point out the economic benefits outlined here were based on our previous study. We're pending an update to that study, which we will have prepared before we come back before you, so that you guys can review in greater details. But again, we estimate about $275 million investment. We believe it's going to be about 4,300 jobs created during construction of the proposed improvements, about 610 permanent jobs after stabilization of the project, and then obviously payment of the relevant building permit fees and impact fees to the city, as well as the reoccurring revenue of taxes and other impositions as time goes on. With that, I do want to close before I give my client an opportunity to come up and speak or closing remarks. I do just want to point out what our ask is this evening. Our ask is that you direct the city administration to begin negotiations with my client so that we can come back to you in July with a fully fleshed contract to make this project a reality. Internally, my client does have certain business timelines and business considerations, specifically in relation to the franchise, the soccer franchise that they plan on relocating to this multi-purpose stadium that do expire at the end of July. So timeline is of the utmost importance here. We are here ready, willing, and able to facilitate any documentation, any studies that you guys need, any additional information. We are excited to partner with the City of Homestead, but that is a limitation on our side. So we would ask that tonight you would direct City Administration to begin those negotiations, conduct the necessary due diligence to enter into that contract, and come back July 16th with a fully fleshed document for consideration by this body. And with that, I would like to welcome JP and Dario for their commentary and closing. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is John Paul Reynal. I'm honored to stand here before you today, joined by Dario Sala, CEO of the Sports Performance Hub. This is a very exciting initiative, and I'd like to take a moment to introduce the team behind this project. We're a group of world-class athletes and entrepreneurs who share a common vision for creating a state-of-the-art sports facility that benefits the community. Our team includes my partner, Dario Sala, professional soccer player with 18 years of experience, co-founder and general manager of professional soccer teams in Florida, and known for community soccer programs for underprivileged kids in the United States. Juan Sebastián Barón, current president and chairman of Estudiantes de La Plata, a professional soccer team in Argentina's Premier League, and one of the greatest soccer players of all time, who brings his expertise in sports and community development. Manu Ginobili, four-time NBA champion and Basketball Hall of Famer, who is passionate about giving back to the community through sports. Juan Monaco, former top 10 ATP tennis player and CEO of Suma Sports Group, who's mentoring and supporting tennis players globally. Martin Gramatica, Super Bowl champion with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who's running development programs for kids all across Florida. Ricardo Silva, owner of Miami FC and a seasoned investor in the Miami sports scene, having invested in the area for years and demonstrating his commitment to the local community through sports. His expertise and passion for sports will be a valuable asset to our project. Juan Ignacio Pepe Sanchez, former Olympic gold medalist in basketball and founder of one of the top basketball development centers in South America. Mariano Zabaleta, former ATP player and board member of the Argentine Tennis Association, who is involved in development programs for tennis players in South America. Emiliano Fernandez Balaguer, co-founder of dLocal, a payments company that he successfully took public on NASDAQ, and co-founder of Suma Sports Group, who brings this expertise in business growth and entrepreneurship. And finally, Gaston Remy, former CEO of Dow, and recognized as one of the top CEOs in Latin America, who provides strategic guidance and leadership. Our project aims to create a state-of-the-art sports facility that benefits the community by providing access to top-notch training facilities, promoting healthy lifestyles, and fostering community pride. With a focus on youth development and empowerment, we're committed to creating a positive impact on the local community. We're proud to partner with the City of Homestead on this project, and we believe that it will bring numerous benefits to the community, including job creation, economic growth, and increased access to sports facilities. We're committed to working together to make this project a success. And now, I'd like to hand it over to the CEO of the Sports Performance Hub, Dario Sala.
Thank you, John. Final message from me, and thank you so much for your time today. As we stand here today, I want to leave you with a vision of what this sport facility can mean for our community. Imagine a place where children can learn teamwork, discipline, and perseverance through sports. A place where families can come together to cheer on their local teams and create lifelong memories. A place where athletes can train and compete at the highest level, and where our community can come together to build a brighter future. This facility is more than just a place to play sports. It's a catalyst for growth, development, and connection. It's a symbol of what we can achieve if we work together. I believe in this community, and I believe in this project. Let's work together to make it reality. Thank you.
So I do believe we did get the animation up, so maybe we can close on that point, and then I will open the floor up to any questions that you may have from the council. So with that, that does conclude our presentation. I want to thank you all for your time and consideration this evening, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good, thank you. Before I open it up to council, Mr. Manager, is there anything you would like to add or talk about up front?
Mr. Mayor and council, depending on which way council decides to go, I will make a special ask at the end of presentation and discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Roth.
Sure.
I think you waved first. So
I'll go first.
ahead.
What the heck? Very impressive. I like what I see. I probably would have liked to have met with you in private too.
Yes, sir.
But since I'm not afforded that opportunity, I'm going to air some concerns that I have.
Absolutely.
For the project. One, before I get into the project, staff, have we seen or vetted the financials to this organization that they have the ability to create and do what they say they're going to do?
Council member, no.
Thank you. Some of you may not even remember or may not even been in the city when LA Sports came through here. Did somebody laugh? Okay. So there's a little bit of history to proffers of this magnitude to the city, where that one didn't end so well. Mm-hmm. And I just want to, before I can even put my stamp of approval on this, is have some more evidence that what you say is true, that you can produce what you say you can produce on the financial aspect of it. I don't know anything about your business plan, your business model. It's hard for me to imagine that you're going to create 610 permanent jobs annually there on what is basically a recreational area and a stadium. The other thing I was kind of concerned about is parking. And they have a 10,000 seat stadium, and how many parking spaces are proposed? Because I don't see that information here as well.
Through the mayor, if I may respond. Councilman, thank you for your comments. Completely understand your concerns. Certainly, we do not want to repeat history here, and that's not our goal. I would be happy to meet with you in private to further flesh this out and hear out your concerns and any other questions that you may have. Pending the direction of the council this evening, we will provide the city and the city administration, happy to provide it to you privately as well, all of our financial documents, our financial plan, to satisfy your concerns about my client's capability to bring this vision to a reality. Certainly don't want you to be concerned about our ability to accomplish this or bring this vision to fruition. In terms of jobs, what I will say in that is we will have an updated economic impact analysis that shows our estimated jobs moving forward once the project is stabilized. But part of the programming here, and really where a majority of the jobs will come from, is the Premier Sports Academy that is going to be located on the Triangle site. So that sports academy will host student athletes who will come to the city. They will reside in that complex, and they will train at the proposed recreational facilities at off-peak hours, and live and reside on that Triangle property. Between those jobs and the jobs that we contemplate and expect to provide at the stadium, that's how we reach that number. But we'll give you that final updated economic analysis before your final vote in July for consideration and verification of the information we have provided this evening.
And parking?
And parking, yes. So in terms of parking, what we've done in the program, we've looked at maximizing the parking capability. Go ahead, Christian.
I can speak from a technical point of view. We do a lot of these. Generally, for a stadium, you use for every 3 seats, 1 car. So for a 10K stadium, you would need 3,000 parking spaces. We have over 3,000 parking spaces here. I can tell you, in over 95% of all the projects that we do across the nation and the globe, we don't have as that, we don't have the 1-to-3 ratio on the stadium itself. What you generally do is you talk about a 5-minute and a 10-minute walk, and you analyze what other parking facilities there are nearby. In this case, we do have the 1-to-3 ratio on site because there's also parking underneath the hotel building. And we have a lot of parking on the NASCAR site that is potentially useful within a 10-minute walk as well, which would, basically double that as well.
Okay, so you don't have the 1 to 3
We do
on property?
We do have the 1-to-3. We have over 3,000 parking spaces on property.
On this property alone?
Yes.
Isn't it shown in the legend box on
On the legend, we
the
show,
map? Yeah.
Yeah, on the legend, if you want to go back, I have the clicker. On the legend, we're showing around 2,500. There you go. One more to the right.
Yeah, here
If you see
somewhere.
there's 2,529 there, but that is not excluding the parking, the parking deck that we have on number 14 that has over 400 parking spaces. And we can also optimize the parking that we have there. If you have seen, we have a lot of trees on the parking lots, and the reason is we wanted to keep it green and shaded as well, but we can maximize as well, getting more parking there. But we do meet the 1-to-3 ratio, which is standard.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll end up with the financials and all those different details. So I'm just kind of surprised we don't have those yet.
Understood.
Because you're asking us to move something forward without really any knowledge, right? So the sooner the better for the personal meeting, so we can hash out some things and look at some details. I'll rest for now and listen to my colleagues and what their comments may be. And but if this is the real deal, then you'll obviously have my support on it as well. The other thing that I wanted to ask about, the 99-year lease concept is interesting to me. Besides the build-out in the park, what financial benefit does it bring to the city aside from collection of taxes? Is there a lease payment involved in this at all?
So
from your perspective?
Councilman, from our perspective, right now the proposal does not contemplate a lease payment. The way that we've done the math on the capital investment is that the $275 million capital investment that's being made on an annual basis is about $2.2 million to build those facilities and provide those facilities to the public. So that's kind of how we were looking at the math in the proposal. That, in addition to the tax payments and other economic benefits that are contemplated in the proposal, is how we presented this. Obviously, this is subject to negotiation with city staff and city administration moving forward.
And is there, at this point, an estimated tax benefit to the city for this property?
That will be included in our final economic impact report, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Who's next? Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. So definitely sounds a little too good to be true. I am forever an optimist. I am thinking about all the amazing local talent that we have here and thinking about the opportunities that they would be able to avail themselves to. Obviously, finding a home for our beloved rodeo is a very big piece. So for me, it would really be for the city for staff to make sure that those safeguards are in place for us. We have had some not great turnouts there, so as long as we can protect the city on that aspect. The only other piece that I'm curious to see more detail on is when it will be available to the public, especially because I'm sure you've heard the east side does not have many parks. So to have that piece taken away from a lot of the residents that want to go there on just a regular afternoon with their family, I would want to make sure that we're taking that into account as well.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. Thank you for your comments. All those safeguards will be outlined in the lease agreement to be negotiated with staff. We certainly are contemplating and want to provide real public access to these facilities. So those protections will be contemplated within our long-form lease.
Super. Two more quick questions. One is just out of pure curiosity, why is there one field that's natural grass and the rest are artificial?
It's a maintenance issue.
Okay.
I'm going to defer to Christian or Dario, maybe if you want to answer that, but it really boils down to maintenance.
Yeah, basically, what we graduated the maintenance is because of traffic. In my experience, running clinics, soccer camps, and professional clubs, and especially attending the public use, we decide to go one professional soccer field that is going to be for professional teams and elite training, and the rest have to be accessible for everyone. So we have to do a mix. Some of them is going to be hybrid, 2 I think is hybrid, and 3 full artificial turf. In terms of Larry Rod concern, I want to make sure that we're going to prepare all the documentation for you, business plan, and all the financial. Also, we have the commitment from Miami FC. That's part of our program. And when you said the timeline of how we're going to do this as well, we're planning to bring our professional team, Miami FC, to relocate, and also we're applying for a women's professional team as well. So those are significant investment that we already done for this project, and we were looking for a place to do it.
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I just have the technical side. So a natural grass field, you can have 2 to 3 matches per week. Otherwise, the grass dies. And that's why everybody that has multi-use fields, these are multi-use. All of these, you can see the lines in the drawing that they're for not just soccer, but for 3 or 4 sports at a time. And also small fields laterally, they'll be used all week long. It's the only thing that will survive is a synthetic field.
Yeah, no, I'm not against it at all. It saves on water bills, and I think it's generally better for the environment. I was just curious why one of them happened, but that makes sense. My very last comment is, as you are, thinking of different ways to help our city with creative issues, I'm sure it came up as well, the need for conference space. So if there's anything to take into consideration with the hotel, that is something that the city is also in desperate need of.
Yeah, I do believe our proposed stadium complex does include a community hub for events and for community uses. Certainly something we'll take into consideration as the site plan is proposed. And again, right now what we're considering is a preliminary, just concept plan, right? Our goal, hopefully, once there's a lease that's negotiated, brought back to you, we will engage in a fully fleshed out process with the city manager and city administration to bring a real site plan to fruition for approval, and we can consider these items as well for incorporation into that community hub.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Alva? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Talk about a game changer. Just trying to come up with ways to develop something similar and what that was going to look like, and the constant battles that we've faced trying to even come up with engineering and drawings and whatnot. I have faith and confidence in administration's ability to try to come up with an agreement in a month compared to our last gauntlet of negotiations. I would be very pleased to be able to consider something in the near future. Assuming we have the blessing of Mr. Ventura on the project, I'm sure we'll hear from him on this in a moment, but I'm not ignorant to the history of the prior entity that tried to do something similar. So I'm very cautious in making sure that we look to the history for wisdom in that, and that we make this a very strong and feasible project, and that it makes sense for both sides. I mean, you're checking a lot of boxes here, so good job on that. I'll defer to Mayor and the rest of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Councilman Cannonball.
So I understand that you're here to get approval from us to start negotiations with the city manager and the staff
Yes,
to
sir.
get the contract done before July.
Correct, yes, sir.
Well, during that time, you can bring all the elements that he's asking.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Perfect, perfect. You have my full support on this. I'm going to vote yes with my eyes closed, okay? It's a
Thank you,
beautiful
Councilman.
project.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you.
And then the Vice Mayor.
Delighted to see this project. I actually lived nearby there for quite some time, and that piece of land was so totally underused. I had it to myself out there. It needed some of this type of work. One of the things that I have concern bringing up is to make sure that we have quantified those requirements of the airbase. What I'm concerned about is I don't want the Titanic to hit an iceberg like we had about a year ago. Height, lumens per height of the, how much lumens are on the parking lot. And I get it. Pilots have to fly, and they have to not be distracted by light, but that needs to be quantified. Mr. Ventura, can we talk for a second? You can come on up. Well, you stay here too, Counselor. You're not off the hook, man. No, but my question is this: have these things they been quantified and quantified with an AFI next to them that says, so many lumens at this height, at this distance from the airfield, and you quote an AFI or some kind of safety reg or something? Has that been done at all?
Well, we only recently became aware of those coming over here. As you know, we have an AFI on this. As you know, there is an ACUS that goes into details. We haven't, between the time I found out about this and had a discussion with your city manager, I haven't examined the lumens specifically. We'll be looking into that. I'll let you know the air base is encouraged. I spoke with the wing commander on Monday, and we are optimistic that details can be worked out. They are well aware about our concerns about the lighting, okay? And that was the first thing that the wing commander mentioned, and it's the first thing I mentioned, and they're well aware of that. I was encouraged by the presentation they made. As you know, this is still within the heightened hazard zone, so one of the things we look for is lighting issues, no interference that would cause glare to the pilot or have him in inclement weather mistake the airfield. And so downward lighting, glare protection, and they've, in their presentation, they addressed a lot of things. Of course, we need to see the details, engineering plans and lumens and how they're spilling onto the field, and we'll take a look at that.
What I'd like to have, and I think it'd be beneficial for the council, is to have, because we're going to protect our base, that list of 12 things that the base wants. You know what I mean? Or whatever the number is. We want these things, and you list them and you quantify them, and you quantify where that requirement comes from. I think that'd be very valuable for you as well, because that gives you a document to look at, and particularly as you do your planning. That was probably my biggest thing. The other question I had for you, when we had our last interaction, I'd requested a threat briefing. And we all know that threat briefings can be up here, super top secret, but you tailor them to your audience. I think it would be very valuable for the council to have a threat briefing of every time there's a development, there's an issue of a potential threat. I think it'd be very valuable for us to be able to get into the skiff, leave your phone behind, leave your notepad behind, and go into the skiff and get a briefing of this is why this stuff is important. And I think that would be a very valuable thing, and I'm sure the chief would want to be a part of that to be able to see what's going on as well. I think that would help our decision making a lot, because it's always kind of like, trust me, this is the way it is. You know what I mean? And we have to quantify this stuff, because for you, it ends up being money. How are you going to put things in, what requirements you're going to have? I think that would be very valuable as well. And additionally, when we met last time, I asked for like there used to be like a cheat sheet that said, or a memorandum, probably a better way to say it. I'm sorry, I'm using shorthand. This is Homestead's skin in the game with the base, because I know the base is a huge economic impact for the entire county and into Broward and Monroe. What is Homestead's skin in the game? And I'm still waiting for that. I'd very much like to see that, so that we can see which subcontractors from Homestead are being used, how many reservists, active duty, civilian workers, the gross numbers, I mean, you don't need names right now, of course, but how many people live in Homestead? How many subcontractors in Homestead work for the base, and that money's coming directly into Homestead? Because this money's coming pretty much directly into Homestead. And I understand it'll be a lesser percentage of the enormous economic impact of the base, but I still think that's a very good thing for us to know.
Well, to the last item, yes, that's not a problem, and we're pleased to put that together. I don't think that'll be a problem, and we can do that in whatever venue you choose. As to the threat briefing, that is, all I can do there is take that back, and if you want that, I can ask to see what they can put together and get back to you on that. And then as far as the soccer stadium itself goes, as I said, I'd like to say we are encouraged. Our airmen do need a place to come, and as you know, we've tried multiple times to try and help out with the sports complex, and that has not been successful, so we're encouraged by this. And yes, lighting and orientation of the hotel they're already aware of, and so we'll be looking at some of that stuff. So the soonest I can get actual technical drawings that we can examine, then we want to get right back to you as soon as we can. We certainly don't want to hold up the process, but we are encouraged by the prospect. All right?
So when can we have an expectation of seeing that? I know you bring the threat briefing back to the commander. Of course, he's the one that'll have to make that determination. But when can we expect to see that memorandum that I call it the skin in the game memorandum? When can we expect to see that for Homestead?
To see I think what you're talking about is the mission brief, where we break down how many people we got and what flavors of people and the economic impact of the city, jobs, that?
Nope. Well, yes, but no. That needs to be tailored to Homestead, because the economic impact, as the briefing that I used to give, says 1,750 reservists, whatever, and of course that's in a 3-county radius. I just want to know Homestead. I want to know how many military people live in Homestead, how many Homestead contractors are being used, how many civilian workers live in Homestead. I
don't know that we track those numbers, because I've asked those same questions before, and those were, nobody was really tracking that. It just wasn't a thing that we were tracking for whatever reason. It wasn't a thing they were tracking.
The way I did it about 1 million years ago, and I had to do it manually, is they can't release the alpha roster, period, of course. But what they did do is give me the column with the zip codes. And so I have no names, no units, no nothing associated with that zip code. And then that way, we sorted with the 5 zip codes, or so I think it's 5 zip codes here in Homestead. And if you lived in one of those, then I got to check. You know what I mean? We knew someone lived at that zip code. That's all I had. No knowledge of who it was, or family, or address, or anything.
So you're looking to find out how many people from the base live here in Homestead?
Yeah.
That's what you want?
Yeah. Well, and the other things I mentioned too, how many subcontractors of Homestead work at the base. I mean, they could be doing yard work.
I'm going to be honest with you, Councilman. I don't think I'm going to be able to come up with those numbers. I really don't think anybody's tracking them. I will take it back. I won't be personally doing it, but I will take it back to the base, and I'll tell them you're interested essentially to know, as I gather, from who lives here in Homestead that is working at the base, either as a military member, a civilian, as a reservist, as a contractor, as a subcontractor. What is the, as you say, skin in the game for Homestead and the base? That's kind of what you're looking. I can take that back, is all I can say, but I can't promise anything to you, and I'm not going to lie to you.
The final thing then, when can we expect that list of deliverables to be provided to the developer? In other words, these are the things the base wants to see.
Well, those things are already in the ordinance. So I'm going to look at the plan, and I'm going to measure that against the ordinance for them. Those are already in the ACUs, and it's already in the ordinance.
Orientation of the hotel is not in the ACUs. It's outside.
Okay, you're right. You got me on that one. That's not in there.
Well, but I'm not trying to invalidate that. What I'm saying is we need to validate what it is the base wants to see, because if it's outside the ACUs, it's outside the ACUs. But that doesn't mean the Air Force Base can't influence it, right? but we have to be able to quantify what that influence is, so when these guys move forward, they don't have a, it's like, it's more than a verbal agreement. It's something that's like, this is what we want.
Most of it is, it is outside the action potential zone. It is not outside the ACUS. It's in the heightened hazard zone.
Correct.
It does list those things in there, but I have to look at those and mention, as you say, something like the orientation is not in there. That's an OPSEC issue, as we have previously discussed at other meetings. And those types of things. When it comes to the lighting, it says to prevent glare and interference with pilot vision and interference with navigation, but in the ACUS itself, it doesn't give looms, for example. So that's something I have to dig into.
So when can we?
I don't think it's going to be, I'm going to have him give me his plans, I'm going to examine them, and I don't think there's going to be a laundry list of things I'm going to get back. I think he already knows what our concerns are. And I think they've already acted proactively to address those.
All right, thank you.
If there's
Thank you,
any
Councilman.
issue, you just get the, I don't think it's an issue.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, is that all?
I'm good. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank you, Mr. Pinellas, for the presentation, along with your colleagues. And I want to thank my fellow colleagues up here for asking the questions. They did as well. I, too, didn't have an opportunity to meet with you prior, but I've kind of been watching this through the county process that's been going on up there. And, I was in the back of my mind really hoping that this was going to come this way. So
Here we are.
Yeah, here we are at this day and time. But I too want to go back a little bit in history. He goes back to LA, which was 2007 timeframe, 2008. Prior to that, there was a gentleman by the name of Leonard Hamilton who tried to do the same thing, and we said no. It was a city-owned facility. There was a lot of money at stake, and he wanted the taxpayers to foot the bill. Here, I think you're providing a plan to show that we're not going to be doing that, and we can have the staff work with you to do that. But we have already expended some money on our plans for the park out there. I just want to make sure that we don't lose that money, that we can take those and use those maybe somewhere else in the city where we might be able to utilize them, and maybe Harris Field type things. So we're not double dipping and getting more money out of that. Something to keep in the back of your mind, Mr. Manager.
I think the Vice Mayor is referencing during the conversation and negotiations, the city may look towards recouping some of the previously expended funds, which is typical of government.
Well, or just making sure we can utilize those plans and just relocate them to another facility. Something to think about is all.
Okay.
Keep it in the back of your mind. You're an engineer, I know you can figure it out. Extremely excited about what this could do for the community, especially having the open space available for the community during certain times. A little different layout than what we had before, but I think the options are there to really benefit everybody in Homestead. This happens to fall into my district as councilman, but to see that hotel become a major impact in that area, along with some of the other plans, with the recent announcement of the 2026 NASCAR Championship race coming back, I think there's some potential for you all to work with them, maybe to create a NASCAR driving academy, maybe. Something like that. So just something to keep back in your mind. I'm going to be there for any questions you might have. I'll be supporting this tonight to move forward with staff. But I would suggest that typically it's staff working on things, and then we get a report later. So I would ask that the council, that we would maybe ask the mayor to be part of those negotiations, and then that way the manager can get that information back to us quickly as we move forward. That way one of us is in the room. So I would offer that and be ready to support this to move forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. And certainly all comments tonight are very relevant, on point. The financial, the parking, all of those issues. There are the proverbial million devils in the detail. But also, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with that first step. And I think, and particularly in light of their self-imposed deadline, this is not going to be another Brand X something negotiation that goes on beyond 3 years. This is in or out in a very businesslike manner, a very, fairly fairly detailed and comprehensive and well thought out plan for the first crack. So, you know, I support going forward. Certainly, you know, there are things I want to be very clear. We're going to need phasing. We're going to need definite time frames that as we go forward, you're going to deliver this within a certain time frame after that. And also, it's going to be very important, and I'm going to say this time and time again, to ensure the public that we are not, quote, giving away public land, that this will be a park that has true public access. Yes, is there private work and training going on there? Absolutely. But it's the way that we potentially get this facility. You know, we need to be very clear and not let others take that narrative that we're giving away this this regional park, and obviously we're going to have to come up with a good name for it.
Yeah.
Lots of things, but I'm ready to move forward. I think we've got about 6.5 weeks to get it done. I know Mr. Ventura's already looked at this in some detail. I think next step is the rodeo folks need to look at some more detailed plans for that portion of the venue and be comfortable and assured that that will be doable. To your parking issue, remember the area between that's not in color, that's between the school and the oval-shaped pond, we control. They have a non-exclusive parking license there, certainly after hours and on the weekends. That's parking, and it would seem to be very easy to strike deals with the Keys Gate K through 8 across the street to obtain parking rights there. And again, that's very important. You know, some of the things that have already been considered, like keeping the height away from the new residents on a portion of the former golf course. So I think this is a very good, it's a good starting block to take that first step from. So let's see if there's anyone in the public who would like to make a comment. If there's anyone online.
Yes, Ram.
Ram, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mayor Lawson. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions because just like Larry Roth or Councilman Roth and others on the dais, this brought back some flashbacks, you know, from the King Stadium that we had there for years. And ironically, with the same pitch, that we had some type of professional team that's going to come down and utilize it. My question is, do we know who this professional team is? Do we have a written commitment? Also, they mentioned that there's going to be an academy there. Will they have an exclusive rights to that field where only that academy? And what academy is it? And also, just one more question. Did we do a traffic study for this big project? Because just like Councilman Fletcher, I actually live in the area, and during the times where they're having the races, not even the championships, and it's chaos there. Are we planning on extending these lanes down 344? Do we have a traffic study? Just a couple of questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pinellas, you want to take a crack at the...
Yes, sir. Through the mayor, a few things. We do have commitments for the professional franchise. That professional franchise is Miami FC. That is the franchise agreement that we have that does expire at the end of July. So we are committed there, and we have that commitment. As my client mentioned, we also have a bid in for a women's franchise to also be hosted at that stadium. I believe the second part of his question was the sports academy. And the sports academy, I don't know if you all are familiar, but there's a sports academy in Bradenton, Florida called IMG. The concept would be similar to that, where we would have dormitories for these students. They would basically live, be educated, and train in this facility full time. So that is kind of the concept behind this. And obviously with all the talent that we have in my client team to provide the necessary trainings, clinics, et cetera, to facilitate that program in the sports academy. And then I believe his third question was the traffic study. More than happy to accommodate that at the design phase. Once we come in with our permits, we would be happy to submit a traffic study to show our impact on the community and how we're satisfying relevant levels of service. Thank you.
I just want to add on the second item, on the sport academy, as he mentioned, residential with a school, like high school. So we're going to be able to accommodate the school time for our students. So that's the way that we're going to non-exclusive fields. We're going to be accommodating those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Romero. Yes, Councilwoman Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I missed one piece in my notes here. I was curious about the 10 scholarships that you mentioned. How often does that happen, or
that
can
would
you
be,
give a little detail?
Yeah, I mean, that would be as part of our non-residential sports academy. So obviously we have the residential academy that's going to be located on the Triangle site. When we have the programming offered as part of our non-residential academy, the sports league that's open to city residents, other folks in the area, those scholarships would be provided as part of that program. We're happy to provide further details on how that proffer will play out in terms of timeline and what programming that happens for, and the reoccurrence of that in our long-form lease. I will come back to you.
So as far as the detail that you had on the screen in the beginning, that those 10 scholarships you're thinking happens about how often? It didn't mention annually.
I would say every season.
Every season?
Yeah, every season that we have that non-residential sports academy and we field teams. I'm assuming that's when it's going to happen. We'll provide those details in the long-form lease.
Super. And then the very last thing is that legend, the last screen that was up, the numbers all got jolted around.
Yeah, that was.
If you could please, I know some of the other reports are going to take a while, but if you could circulate that with the numbers where they belong.
Councilwoman, I noticed that when that was up on the screen. I will circulate and email each of you individually with the site plan with the accurate.
I could tell where the baseball field was and some of the soccer ones, but the other ones.
I will give you an updated plan as soon as this hearing ends.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? I'll close the public hearing. Anything further from council?
I'm containing my excitement until there's an actual agreement. So, but thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess, does this call for a vote? Seeking direction. Okay, we hear, the motion is giving direction from the mayor and council to the manager to negotiate this proposal. To proceed, yeah.
Mr. Mayor and
Yes.
Council, there are quite a few housekeeping items that needs to be accommodated as we move forward. Because of the timeliness issue, they've indicated that they want to close this deal by sometime in July. So I anticipate to have periodic special calls, quite periodic. It's not going to be one for one off. So you guys expect to have your calendar open, because occasionally we may have to seek your direction, give you briefings. And there are quite a few things we've made them aware that we need. Due diligence is very important. Thank you, Councilman Roth, for highlighting that. We also talked about the economic impact analysis and the study reports, which they're working on, which will also encompass the business model. We talked about lease terms, we talked about branding and naming rights. So there are so many things that are still up on the table for us to negotiate when we get involved. And also we talked about potential timelines to coordinate it with other city capital improvement projects, such as the bond that we're trying to roll out. Also, we talked about, thank you, Vice Mayor, for taking the words off my mouth about having the mayor participate, so that it bridges the gap of us communicating and feel the pulse of council. There are certain issues related to public benefits that is dear to my heart. It's not just about scholarship for one spot. It's going to be scholarship for every amenity on this campus, for City of Homestead residents. It has to be etched in stone. It has to be part of the agreement so that it's all clear to everyone. And also, I know, thank you guys, congratulations. I know Inter Miami is at the other stadium by the airport. It's a good thing that the second soccer professional team is coming down south to Homestead. So that creates a balance for us. At some point, we'll delve into the potential uses of the hotel, just like we have with the Speedway, so that we'll have some kind of access and amenities available to City of Homestead for occasional use, hosting conferences and the like. So we'll have those also as part of the recognized use of the facility. We also would like to look into the method of project delivery. Because of your time-sensitive schedule, we may have to look into potentially granting you a hold harmless agreement where you can proceed at your own risk while we work out the details of permitting. I just want to manage expectation so that you don't come in here expect to get a permit in 12 days. You have another option where you can start and proceed. That's the same method of delivery for the stadium for Inter Miami that is being utilized. The terms for the lease is still open for the conversation. So when you made mention that you don't anticipate to give the city anything, that's open for conversation. It's not etched in stone yet. So I can assure you that the city administration is ready, available, and willing to kick the ball rolling and get this delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any further?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank you all again for your time and consideration. Looking forward to hopefully working with you all to bring this project and this vision to reality. Thank you.
Oh, and if I want to make note, you brought virtually your entire team tonight. And just as a prior group were here with their entire team, that was impressive, and that speaks, I think, to the importance of our area and the trust and confidence and the importance, the level of importance these projects have. I would venture to say that when this goes forward, in terms of impact, true community impact and dollars expended, looking at the time value of money, this is a bigger deal than the construction of the racetrack. Sorry, but it is. It is. And it's certainly with true immediate community impact. So let's stop talking and start doing. Do we have a motion? Councilman? The councilman from the district. Yes. The vice mayor, the member representing the district, moves, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to working this out with you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now, let's move quickly to tab 25 regarding the Homestead Station issue. I think Mr. Fernandez is here in the stead of our friend Melissa, who's in Hialeah. What's that? After this. While we are awaiting that, though, let's have a motion to extend this meeting until 9:30. Moved and seconded. All in favor, extension to 9:30? Aye. All opposed? Okay. So we're ready for the, Mr. Manager, does your staff want to kick it off? The Homestead Station discussion?
Mr. Mayor, this is a discussion item being proposed by the developer team. I think you're here for it, Mr. Fernandez?
Fernandez is, yes. Ben Fernandez. Are you? From Burkow.
Good afternoon, Council.
Melissa's partner.
Hi. Ben Fernandez, attorney on behalf of MMG. We're here to answer questions. We really don't have a presentation ready. I'm sorry about that, but my partner couldn't be here tonight. But I'm happy to answer any questions about this project that you may have.
But essentially, I think the ask here tonight is that we authorize the manager and the attorneys to go ahead and further negotiate those asks that were contained in the letter dated May 19th, 2025. I think there were 4 bullet points to allow multiple ownerships of the property to allow vertical subdivision, enter into an easement and operating agreement to outline the terms and operation of the property, the acquisition of the retail portion from the city to promote an investment of not less than $1.7 million. Correct. And when that conveyance would include a reverter clause. Anything further, Mr. Manager? This is just for discussion and direction to go forward.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The proposal also aims to stabilize the financial outlook of the downtown area by taking a look at this facility in order to attract additional desirable economic tenants and create mutual economic benefit. Now, because the Homestead Garage was built with PTP funds from CITT, subject to further communication and discussion with the county as part of this process, that would determine which direction we're moving. But on the surface, we don't have any objection on this.
So I guess up front, it would be incumbent on the current owner and operator to make those overtures and inquiries to the CITT.
Yes, they've been briefed, and they're aware that there is a requirement for us to have that coordinated discussion.
And barring resistance there, then the ask is to authorize you to get deeper into this proposal.
Mr. Attorney, you have any additional comments? James?
No, I mean, provided that there's authorization that we get confirmation from CITT, then we can certainly start negotiations to bring back something before you all for approval.
Okay. Ms. Vice Mayor, anything? Questions, comments from council? Councilwoman Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that I didn't think of when we first heard about this is if maybe we could do some research and see if there have been other projects that are similar while we're reaching out to the county. Is that something, has that happened before with the types of funds that we received for the garage? These types of partnerships, or we don't know that yet?
Well, with this, I'm not sure, Councilwoman.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion to direct the manager to proceed. Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Any public comment? We'll close the public hearing and have a roll call vote to give manager direction to move forward.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And with that, we've been sitting in these seats for a long time. Any objection to maybe a 10-minute recess?
Prior to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we go to that one tab item you may have to say?
Oh, okay, let's go ahead and do that. We'll go back to tab, let's see, tab 18. I'm going to have to step out on, and I will hand the gavel to the Vice Mayor, who will, I know will not sit in my seat and take selfies like the last Vice Mayor did.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is tab 18.
Yes. Vice Mayor, so this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to a covenant running with the land recorded in Official Records Book 13719, page 1487 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, relating to the property located at 120 Northwest 16th Street, Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Anything for staff to report on this?
So if I could just briefly, this was a covenant that was entered into between the former owner of the property, which was the bank, and the city back in 1988. And it was a covenant that the property would be developed pursuant to the B1A zoning as well as being used for bank purposes. And so the property's now been sold from the bank to another owner, and that owner is now requesting, pursuant to the covenant, which allows the owner and us to examine, potentially determine whether or not we could modify the agreement. It allows for you to modify. And so the language that's proposed to be modified leaves in place the requirement for the property to be developed with B1A zoning, but it removes the rest of the language that says for bank purposes.
Okay. Any questions from council at this point? Any questions? We'll open the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, Ram.
Mr. Orta. Miro, are you online?
Hello?
Yes, you have a comment on this item?
Yes, Vice Mayor, yes.
Please go ahead.
Just one quick question in regards to this. Where's the hold on. Hello?
Yes, go
Hello?
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. You can hear me now. No, yeah, just the question that I want to ask, what financial institution owns the rights and what financial institution is trying to purchase it?
Mr. Tyne?
The property is no longer owned. Originally, in 1988, the covenant, the agreement was entered into by First National Bank. Now that's been sold to the current property owners who are looking to develop it, and I'm not sure what their mortgage situation is or who, if they even have a mortgage on the property, but the original agreement allows for changes to be made provided both the property owner and the city agree to it. But I don't have information with respect to what financial institution may have an interest in the property as we speak.
And everything else?
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any additional, buddy online? Okay, I will close the public hearing. And at this time, I would request a motion from council. Moved by Councilman Clemente, seconded by Councilman Davis. Let's do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, at this time, we will take a 10-minute recess. Be back here at 5 minutes to 9. Thank you.
All right, let's try to get back in place and continue. We are going to pick up with tab 10 and then its companion item 17. Mr. White, tab 10. And then we're going to go to 17 after that, the companion item.
Yes, Mayor. Tab 10 is card number 4617 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the general fund of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30th, 2025, by increasing the total budget expenditures by $500,000, providing for repeal or severability and effective date.
All right, Mr. Manager.
This is a mid-year budget amendment. As council and mayor will recall, back in September when we approved the budget for the current fiscal year, I made a promise on the record that we'll come back in 6 months' time to do a mid-year budget amendment. So this is the first reading of the budget amendment, and I'm going to ask next.
The budget amendment.
Oh,
tab 10.
this is tab 10, right?
Tab 10.
Oh, so I apologize. I was going on tab 9.
Since the vendor is here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's why, Mr. Greg, you see here from the ice rink, folks. This is some novelty that the cities are trying to initiate for us to procure the materials for a brand new ice rink for the city of Homestead, so first time in South Dade. And also it's going to be the first item, which is tab 10, is for the budget funding for the procurement of the item. Then tab 17, which is the companion item, is the procurement of the actual item. Carlos, you want to kind of give us up to date as to the budgetary impact?
Mayor and Council, good evening. Basically, what the budget impact is for the impact for fiscal year 25, which is predominantly $500,000 to cover the capital portion of the investment that we're planning on making. The rest, it's a 3-year commitment, which you'll see when you see the agenda. The rest of those years are basically going to be impacts to the operating budget, to the special events, because they're going to be basically for the rental and everything. So this item is really for the purchase of the capital. So it's $465,000. We're doing the budget amendment just on the safe side for $500,000, and it's coming from reserves.
Questions or comments from council? All right, moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any public comment? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment and take a roll call vote on tab 10.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis? Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Now let's jump to the companion item of tab 17. Mr. White?
Yes, tab 17, card number 4614. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the procurement installation of portable ice skating rink and accessory equipment from Seaside Ice LLC, doing business as Ice America, in the amount of $1,379,415.63, waiving competitive bidding pursuant to Section 2-411B of the City Code, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Again, the difference between the 500 we just approved and the amount here is the 3-year commitment for the ancillary items for the rink. Is there any presentation from the vendor? Generally talk what?
Not really.
Okay. So, and then the dimensions of this rink are what? Like
it's going to be 82 feet by 40 feet.
40 by 80 is what I was saying. Yeah. Think, yeah.
So the good thing is that the current fiscal year, we intend to roll this out in mid-November to run through mid-January of 2026 for the first year, as going to be located at Losner Park. In subsequent years, we'll explore the possibility of having a more permanent installation.
Right. Very good. Okay. So I think we have a motion and a second. We've had public comment. Any further from council? Roll call, Madam Clerk. Tab 17.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis? Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I know June 1st was a drop dead date to get that order in, to get it here. Looking forward to it. Thank you. All right. So let's get back to the regular order of the, well, we're not yet. We're going to go to car number 4627, the event production and management for Race to the Fourth. Mr. White, the add-on item.
Yes, Mayor. Addendum 1 to the agenda, car number 4627, is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the procurement of event coordination, production, and management services from Dynamo Entertainment LLC, One World Music Publishing LLC, and Sandra York PLLC for the annual Race to the Fourth event at the Homestead Miami Speedway in the amount not to exceed $165,000, inclusive of contingency, waiving competitive bidding pursuant to Section 2-411B of the City Code, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir, and I think that the explanation was given when we added this on to the agenda. Any public comment? We have a motion to approve. Moved by Avila, seconded by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis? Councilman Roth? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on to agenda item number 5, tabs 1A through tab 6, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Any public comment? Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Bailey? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on to tab 7, Mr. White.
Yes, tab 7, car number 4569, is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for a 6-month extension to the 12-month temporary moratorium enacted by ordinance number 2024-0618 on issuance of development orders and permits and on the processing of development applications, city code text amendments, rezonings, comprehensive plan, text and land use plan amendments for development of townhome, cluster home, and multifamily residential dwelling units within the city, proposed residential developments on lots of less than 7,500 square feet within the city, and any proposed residential development over 6 dwelling units per acre within the city, exempting specified development and providing for an effective date.
All right, we need a motion to approve with the changes we talked about. Yep. All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Any public comment? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis? Councilman Roth? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 8.
Tab A, car number 4588, an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 28, Utilities, Article 7, Electricity, Division 2, Deposits, Rates, and Charges, Section 28256, Street Lighting and Rental Outdoor Lighting Rates, to revise the rates charged for street and public property lighting and rental outdoor lighting, and to levy a rate for LED lighting, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and effective date.
Thank you. I think we've all been briefed. Any issues with waiving the staff report? We have a motion to approve. Moved by Vice Mayor. Seconded by Councilman Roth. Any public comment? Roll call on tab 8, please.
Davis? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on to tab 9.
Yes, car number 4594 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the general fund of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30th, 2025, by increasing the total budget expenditures by $250,000, providing for repeal or severability and an effective date. It's first reading.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, you've been practicing your spiel all day, but you wanted to give us on the last item.
This item is actually the mid-year budget amendment, first reading. There are 2 principal significant changes on the budget. I'll let the Finance Director walk us through the changes.
Mayor and Council, the 2 changes are, one, for the Development Services Department, the professional services for inspection services Our projection is that there's a need of $225,000 to get us through the end of the year. The funding for that will come from the permits. The permits are coming in at over what we had expected, so that'll be the revenue source to cover that. The other item is for the mayor and council, is based on projected needs and commitments for the public relations account. We're going to be funding each of your accounts, and the money from that is coming. If you recall, the special events budget that we had, there was $79,000 that was considered unallocated. We're tapping into that to fund your PR accounts. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you. All right, any public comment? We have a motion to approve tab 9.
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call.
Councilman Davis? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
We've taken action on tab 10, tab 11.
Tab 11, car number 4506, second reading of an ordinance to the City Council, City of Homestead, Florida, amending Section 2255 fees of Chapter 22 Public Improvements, the City of Homestead Code of Ordinances, amending the city stormwater utility fee, providing for collection of such fees on the tax bill, providing for severability, conflicts, inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. Second and final reading.
Thank you. We'll waive the staff report. Any final questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing and close the public hearing. It's been moved by Vice Mayor Fletcher, seconded by Councilman Davis. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on tab 11, second reading.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Ross? Councilman Davis? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item is tab 11. I'm sorry, tab 12.
Tab 12, car number 4496, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement for the purchase of certain police equipment, including tasers, body-worn cameras, and related software and data storage services pursuant to City Code Section 2-411, 1A5, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We'll waive the staff report. Any questions or comments from council? Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball.
One question.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So previously, we had a 3-year contract with Axon, and now we're going to a 5?
Go ahead.
No, it was previously a 5-year. We went into negotiations with them a year early because we were going to enjoy some discounts in the previous year pricing.
Well done. Thank you. All right, any public comment? Hearing none, roll call on tab 12.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And speaking of lacking infrastructure, tab 13, Mr. White.
Yes, car number 4583, it's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the proposal from CES Consultants, Inc. in the amount of $97,291.94 for design and permitting services for the South Flagwood Gravity Sewer and Water Main Line Replacement Project, authorizing the city manager to issue a purchase order, authorizes a contingency of 10% for additional engineering services, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We'll waive the staff report. Any questions or comments from council? We have a motion. Moved by Councilman Cannonball. Second by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Any public comment? Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Davis? Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion.
And tab 14, Mr. White.
Yes, tab 14, car number 4595 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for the submission to the city electors of proposed amendments to the city charter in accordance with section 6.03 of the Miami-Dade County Charter, providing for a requisite ballot language for submission to the electorate, calling an election on the proposed amendment to the city charter to be held on November 4th, 2025, providing notice of election, providing for balloting, providing for inclusion in the charter, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Okay. Moved by Councilman Cannonball, second by Councilman Davis. Any public comment on these items? Okay, Ram?
Yes, good evening. What exactly are we amending?
We are providing that in the event of a special election to fill a seat for whatever reason, that there is a primary and a runoff if necessary. For example, if you will recall when we had to have the concurrent special election in 2023 to fill the seat vacated by Vice Mayor Guzman, that was a winner-take-all election. So I brought this item forward under the theory that, we should have a clear majority vote rather than a one-shot winner-take-all. That's item one. Item two would be allowing a mayor to serve 12 years co-equally with the 12 years afforded to consecutive years afforded to a city council member.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I think we have a motion and a second. We had public comment. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Davis? Yes. Councilman Ross? No. Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 15.
Yes, tab 15, card number 4611 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for the levy and collection of a stormwater utility fee against residential property located within the boundaries of the city, establishing the stormwater utility fee for fiscal years beginning 2025 through 2026, including an annual adjustment, confirming the preliminary rate resolution, establishing the method by which the proposed stormwater utility fee shall be made, providing for equalization, filing and lien on properties to be assessed, providing for the effect and adoption of final assessment resolution, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We'll waive the staff report. Any questions or comments from council? Okay, let me open the public hearing. Close the public hearing. Do we have a motion to approve tab 15? Moved by Vice Mayor Fletcher, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. Let's have a roll call.
Councilman Ross? Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And on to tab 16.
Yes, tab 16, card number 4613. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the agreement to subordinate the grant of permanent easement to the Rental Assistance Demonstration RAD use agreement with Miami-Dade County, the subordination agreement for Homestead Gardens Phase 1, authorizing the appropriate city officials to execute the subordination agreement and any additional documents pertaining to the subordination agreement, and to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of the subordination agreement and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right. Any questions or comments from council on this one? Mr. Power, thanks for enduring this night with us. Anything to add? You're just observing. Just observing. Wise choice. All right. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Davis. Any public comment? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis? Vice Mayor Fletcher? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And
moving on to tab 19.
Tab 19, card number 4619, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a subaward agreement with the International City County Management Association, ICMA, in the amount of $24,000, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We waive the staff report. Any questions or comments from council? We have a motion to approve the acceptance. Moved by Councilman Avila. Second by Councilman Roth. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilman Davis? Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to a second reading for tab 20.
Second reading, car number 4563. It's second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 District Regulations, Division 10, B1A Professional Business Restricted District, Section 30-241 Uses Permitted, removing daycare as a special exception use, Division 11, B1 Restricted Retail Commercial District, Section 30-256 Uses Permitted, Division 23 Planned Urban Neighborhood District, Section 30-396.42A, Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood, designation of puns, Section 30-396.62 sub-areas, removing daycare centers as a permitted use within the neighborhood mixed-use sub-area, and modifying the prohibited uses to include daycare centers within the commercial sub-area. Division 24, Business Mixed-Use District, Section 30-396.501, uses permitted, and Division 25, Neighborhood Mixed Use, Section 30-396.532, uses permitted, removing daycare centers as a permitted use, and Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 8, Special Exceptions, Section 30-531, established relating to daycares, providing for severability, inclusion in the code, conflicts, providing for an effective date. Second and final reading, no changes from first reading.
Mayor, if I may recuse
Yes.
myself.
you
Thank you.
Recuse yourself, okay. Do we have any questions or comments from council on this second reading?
Move approval.
Move for approval by Vice Mayor Fletcher, second by Councilwoman Avila. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Davis? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 21 regarding the temporary sign regulations.
Yes, tab 21, second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 23, Signs and Advertising, Article 3, Signs to address current case law requirements and establish specific standards and regulations related to signs, providing for conflicts, severability, providing for an effective date. No changes from first reading.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Any public comment? Anyone online? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Davis? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion.
Tab 22, this is the prohibition of wood and chain link fencing.
So tab 22, car number 4542, second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 District Regulations, Division 22, RT&D, Residential Traditional Neighborhood Development District, Division 23, Planned Urban Neighborhood District, Section 30-396.42A, Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood, Division 24, Business Mixed Use District, Division 25, Neighborhood Mixed Use District, Division 26, Technology Mixed Use District, by modifying the fencing standards and requirements to prohibit wood and chain link fencing, and further amending Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 5, Fence Restrictions, by modifying the fencing regulations for residential and mixed-use zoned areas within the city, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Second and final reading. This version incorporates the modifications and changes that you all requested on first reading with respect to carve-out for properties that were subject to an HOA or a condo association. They would not be subject to this prohibition.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Do we have a motion for approval on second reading? Sure. Moved by Councilwoman Avila. Let's get a second by Cannonball. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder for staff to let me know if we can work on either confirming we have in place or developing an assistance program for fencing improvements, like similar to our grants in the CRA. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment? So let's have a roll call vote on tab 22.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 23, similar item for Southwest Neighborhood.
Correct. This is car number 4584, the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan by amending general standards, clarifying that the City of Homestead zoning code shall take precedence over the master plan in the event of conflict, and further amending the development standards applicable to residential and mixed-use building types to prohibit wood and chain link fences, providing for conflict, severability, providing for inclusion in the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan and providing for an effective date. The changes that you all requested in the corresponding item relate to this item, and they've been made from first reading and incorporated into this as well.
Good, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Vice Mayor Fletcher, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Any public comment? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote on tab 23.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Davis? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that takes us to business from the city manager.
Yeah, just Mayor and Council, just a couple of calendar reminders. Tomorrow, the city will be hosting at the William Dickinson Community Center a health and financial fair under the auspices of the Human Resources Department. This is for city employees from 9 o'clock to 2 p.m. And also tomorrow, there's going to be a retirement luncheon for Colonel Scott Kennedy at the PD headquarters tomorrow from noon to 1:30 p.m. And on May 31st, the Military Appreciation Day event is hosting at Losner Park from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And on June 12th, there is going to be a Women's Veterans Summit here in City Hall. And it's going to be all day from 10 o'clock in the morning to 3 p.m. They intend to use the chambers for the summit for all the veterans, the women veterans in Southgate. And this is being coordinated by the Beacon Council with also the Southgate folks. Thank you, Councilman Roth, for bringing to our attention the PFAS flyer from Morgan & Morgan. We looked into it. It appears it's a marketing tool by the law firm soliciting for clients that they want to initiate a class action. We had sent that notice to Miami-Dade County, as well as to all the cities mentioned. None of them had heard about it. They were hearing it from the first time from City of Homestead. I'm happy to report that the Code Compliance and the Parks and Recreation departments have moved into their permanent facility with the completion of that building. And I believe they're having fun with brand new building and stuff. So you may have noticed that we recently installed some audio system in the lobby of City Hall. So anytime there's an event in the chambers, folks there in the lobby could actually be listening to the conversation here, which is for us to be able to take care of any type of capacity issues. So that place is going to be a spillover. If this capacity is filled and people are in the lobby, they can use the audio system to listen to meetings. And the city's customer service department, AnswerNet service implementation, the new call center provider. We're already 30 days in with the new call center provider. There are some issues that they're working to mitigate them, and I'm happy to report that there has not been any major challenges in the process. So that's what I have for tonight, sirs.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
I think tonight we passed an item, what we call the Animal Protection System Against Suicide, to preserve our animals so that they don't kill themselves by getting into the electrical substations. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for passing that item. So now is for procurement to move forward with getting those protective covers. And that will address some of the incessant outages you have. Okay. Yeah, pass on consent, yeah.
All right. Mr. Attorney, anything?
Yes, Mayor. Quickly, I have to request an executive session in 3 cases. First case is Altona Asbury and Antwanical Homes versus City of Homestead, Miami-Dade County, Circuit Case Number 22-000538-CA-01. Second case is Veronica Salcido and Mary Granelia versus City of Homestead, Miami-Dade County, Circuit Case Number 23-004269-CA-01. And the third case is Marcello Marino versus City of Homestead, OJCC Case Number 23-016099, Division of Administrative Hearings, Office of the Judges of Compensation Claims.
Make it happen. All right. That it? That's it. Quickly, Councilman Roth? He's, see, I'm ahead of you.
So, just two things real quick. It is 9:30 at night. A while back, we passed some kind of an ordinance in reference to RVs in the city and people renting them out on their properties. I'm not going to dwell on it tonight, but can you bring back that information to us so we can review what we actually put in place and what our enforcement abilities are with the RVs that are obviously housing more than the number of people that are supposed to be on a single-family lot? And the second thing is, I'm going to bring it up now, and I know Avila's going to bring it up also, so they'll get two plugs tonight, right? The Kiwanis and Mac, I'm going to say the Kiwanis 40th Annual, along with the Mac co-hosting the event. It's taking place next week. The captain's party is June the 5th at our very own Homestead Miami Speedway Champions Club. And the tournament is on Saturday, June the 7th. And the weigh-in will be at Homestead Bayfront Park from about 2 o'clock till about 5 o'clock. And I'll let Councilwoman Avila give you some more details on how you can get involved in this 40th annual Kiwanis fishing tournament. Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. And to your point, I think specifically with respect to the RVs, we did some overhauls prior to November of 23. But I know that Mr. Pearl was working on a further amendment to create rebuttable presumptions that if the awnings were open, the sliders were out, we could presume occupancy and begin the violation process. And I don't think that ever came forward. I know it's been drafted, so let's see if we can get that back on track to give some more tools to our code enforcement officers. And, you know, to Mr. Ross' point, it seems to be getting more prevalent and just more open and obnoxious. Okay. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a very quick point. I wanted to recognize Team Zeri and their participation in this weekend's on the Memorial Day weekend observance in the local cemetery. We had a lot of people there. It was really a very important event, and they put a lot of effort into it, and just the respect to show to the veterans and the families and to those that came before us. It was a great representation, and I thank you all for it.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Davis. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff. Thank you, Council, Mayor, for your support for the Kiwanis Dolphin Days Family Fishing Tournament. On behalf of the Kiwanis Homestead Foundation, this is the 40th year of this organization putting on this fundraiser. It is the sole fundraiser for all the programs that the Homestead Kiwanis does, and we are so thankful to have partnered with the Military Affairs Council to help with their hands, with their efforts, with their fundraising to make it a success. And I have the privilege of chairing that tournament, and it is a lot of work, and I thank all of you for coming. If you're available to the Champions Club Captain's Party on June 5th, there will be plenty of silent auctions, raffles to enjoy, fun times, and you can fish the tournament. We do not provide the boats unless you find your own boat. But military get to register and fish in our tournament for free, so do children. So it is a great cause to raise money for the programs we put out, and it's a service project. Congrats to Councilwoman Bailey on another fantastic art walk, and thank you, Barbara, for keeping our lights on and the iguanas out. And thank you, Zeri and staff, for all of your efforts in bringing some pretty amazing potential projects to the city. It's an honor and a privilege to work alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely, you know, whenever we see these big books, it's typically they come with some not so fun agenda items. So these fun projects are always welcome. I did a whole presentation earlier thanking our amazing staff for all your help with Art Walk. So I will take a quick personal point to say congratulations to my baby who graduated kindergarten today. I missed graduation dinner, but Quentin, I am so incredibly proud of you. AB Honor Roll and the Science Award. I just super proud. So we'll celebrate tomorrow. Thank you.
Congratulations. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Losner. And in the spirit of winning and all things going in that way, hopefully some of these projects are going to will be brought here very soon. With that, though, we have the 2026 championship race back at the Homestead Miami Speedway. I would ask our colleagues, we have the championship rodeo. We have the championship race next year. We have the championship dolphin fishing tournament. So I'd ask for you to try and think of a little where champions are made or some type of little slogan so we can help look at rebranding our city here over the next 6 months or so we can get ready for that big event. That's a big economic indicator for all of the folks here in the city of Homestead. With that, happy holidays to everyone, and soon coming, July 4th is around the corner.
Yes, it is. In the interest of time, I'll just put in my 2 cents that this is, a very momentous night. If either of these projects come to fruition, it's a really big deal. And, we're taking the leap of faith. We're dealing in good faith, and we're going to demand that from those who seek to partner with us. And with that, motion to adjourn. So say we all. Good night, everyone.